As we progress, we open new doors of possibility, shaping a world that is just and welcoming for all. Join us on this path of progress. FISIP Undip, Inclusive Campus. Together, let us move forward to unlock a brighter and better future. Within the rivered halls of FISIP, inclusivity shines as our guiding light, inviting all with open hearts. In this nurturing sanctuary, every individual finds a place to belong, flourish, and contribute, crafting a home filled with warmth and care. We are a river flowing towards a radiant horizon where every dream is gently fostered. Our journey is driven by unity, the power of our dialogue and mutual respect. As we progress, we open new doors of possibility, shaping a world that is just and welcoming for all. Join us on this path of progress. FISIP Undip, Inclusive Campus. Together, let us move forward to unlock a brighter and better future.
Kamera. Gak apa-apa. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Wow, everyone looks so fresh and excited this morning. But how about you, Kevin? How are you doing?
Good morning, Hara. I'm actually feeling wonderful today. I feel amazing because I feel like we're gonna learn something new, right? How about you? How do you feel today?
I'm glad you asked that. I'm actually feeling very good and excited for this morning as well. But by the way, it seems like we have so many friends here who are so eagerly awaited to learn new things.
I guess everyone here is excited anyway, and they are excited to learn something new. So let's begin with our agenda.
Yes, and that's why we are here to welcome all of you to IRUD Summer Course 2024. It seems like our audience here cannot wait to learn new things. So let's get straight into it.
Okay, thank you, Hara. First and foremost, good morning, the Excellency, Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs of Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Diponegoro, S. Ruli Manalu, S.Os. M.Coms, PhD. The Honorable Dr. Reni Windiani, MS, as the Head of International Relations Department. The Honorable Mr. Maula Hudaya, S. Hupin, MA, as the Chief of IRUD Summer Course 2024. And the last but not least, distinguished guests and all of the participants of IRUD Summer Course 2024.
All right, everyone, and thank you so much, Kevin, for a warm welcoming. We would like to welcome everyone here in IRUD Summer Course 2024. And before we get any further into our agenda, let us introduce to you briefly about what is IRUD Summer Course. IRUD Summer Course is an annual program held by the Department of International Relations, Universitas Diponegoro. IRUD Summer Course takes the form of a series of lectures and activities attended by international and domestic participants. This year, with the grand theme of navigating global society through the turmoil of the world, IRUD Summer Course aims to be a platform for academic discussion and pertinent issues related to the global dynamics, including but not limited to only cultural identity, foreign policy, law, peace, security, and many more goes on the list. Additionally, this year's summer course aims to facilitate the exchange of perspective on the listed issues. In the last 10 years, the world has faced a huge turmoil, starting from the emergence of terrorist groups, the ongoing democratic election in the US, increasing number of humanitarian crises, epidemic of health problem, to the emergence of war. Therefore, this summer course attempts to foster a deeper understanding, widen perspective, and formulate an effective strategy to navigate the global society through the turmoil situation. Shortly, Kevin, IRUD Summer Course aims to educate its audience regarding international crises and conflicts.
Wow, it sounds like it'll be a lot of interesting discussion and topics. Thank you so much, Hera, for the comprehensive introduction to the year's event. Well then, without any further ado,
Ladies
ladies
and
and gentlemen,
gentlemen,
welcome
welcome
to
to
IRUD
IRUD
Summer
Summer Course
Course 2024.
2024. Now, before we move further into our agenda, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Anandari Sahara. You may refer to me as Hara. I'm an active student from Department of International Relations, Universitas Diponegoro.
And I'm Kevin Darmawan. You can call me Kevin. And from the same department, I came from International Relations Department of Universitas Diponegoro. We are here today as the master ceremony for IRUD Summer Course 2024.
We would like to remind all of our online participants to please keep your camera on and your microphone to remain muted. Furthermore, we would like to start by highlighting the general information of today's agenda.
Today's agenda will be the official opening remarks from the Vice Dean of Academic and Student Affairs of Faculty of Social and Political Science and from the Head of International Relations Department Universitas Diponegoro. Program overview, students' performance, and closing.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Now, please pay attention to the following general information. This goes to all of our participants. First, there will be attendance checks for each meeting, including this opening ceremony. Second, the attendance list will be monitored through the screen appearance. Therefore, it is mandatory for our online participant to please keep your camera on. Third, students aren't allowed to leave the meeting without the committee's permissions. And lastly, any constraint or needs shall be communicated to our committees.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to please rise and stand up straight. Join us in the honor of the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you, everyone. may now return to your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, this ceremony cannot be completed without warm and welcoming remarks. So, to deliver the opening speech, please welcome Your Excellency, the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Diponegoro, to S. Roli Manalu, SOS MCOM ST, PhD. The time and the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, the Honorable Head of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Dr. Teguh Yuwono, Empol Admin. Of course, the Honorable Speaker and guest for the summer course, and in here with us is Dr. Suyatno. Welcome, sir. The head of the department and the vice head of the study program or secretary of study program, the honorable lecturer, of course, from the international relation department, and of course our esteemed student that have already come here. Welcome all to this program. We want to warmly welcome you to this summer course of international relation department of UNDIP. This is an annual program held by this department, and almost all program in UNDIP, and surely all the department in faculty and social and political science held their own summer course every year. Of course, this is just like for us as the forum discussion to discuss the contemporary issue of many pertinent topic in our field of study. And right now, and the field of international relation also held their own summer course. So congratulations for this very remarkable event. All of the fellow lecturer in the Department of International Relation. Of course, Universitas Diponegoro as a state university in Indonesia strive for quality academic activity as well as internationalization. And this is our continuous continuous endeavor to bring the program that promoting academic conversation among the faculty, among the student, researcher, and also faculty member across the globe. And we are so honored that many participants already join this program. We saw some of the participants come from India, Pakistan, of course, Indonesia, and also from Ukraine. This is a very grateful event for us. Thank you so much for everyone that joined this program. And this year, we have this big theme of navigating global society through turmoil world. This will also include so many issues in our global contemporary issue, including human rights and humanitarian law, Indonesian foreign policy under Joko Widodo administration. We also talk about the update situation in Europe when we talk about Russia invasion in Ukraine. And there is a very close to us the issue that relevant perhaps geopolitically with Indonesia is US and China in the Indo-Pacific. There, how can we say that potential conflict or even cooperation? We don't know for sure what will happen in the in the near future, but this is something that we discuss more, of course, with all of the academia and also expert in this topic. And also there is a important issue also in Indonesia, preventing latent threat of terrorism. This is also very important to talk about because this is still one of the important theme and important issue that relevant to Indonesia nowadays and even to the global world. So we can see that in all this theme, this is covering broad issue of the the global geopolitics situation nowadays. And then in discussion, all of the discussion is expected to also give an insight to all our students, bring the quality discussion to the table, and also provide us with more information and more knowledge for us to better understand the situation in order for us to develop our critical thinking as a student and also to add value to our professional life and also to our academic life, as well as to also the academic work of our student at the moment. Some of you perhaps already done your final project or it's still in ongoing final project. Hope that some of the discussion and some of the theme will also relevant to you and also will be useful for your insight and for your perspective to see what happened in our society nowadays. And then, of course, thank you so much to all the speaker that joined this forum. We see the lineup of the speaker in here that quite remarkable. From Central China Normal University, Dr. Zhang Zian, and also for Jawaharlal Nehru University, Rahul Misra, from Rajaratnam School of International Studies, NTU, Nurhuda Ismail. There's also Professor Maxim Yakovlev. Sorry for mispronunciation, but it's just like this from National Kiev Mola Academy from Ukraine. And of course, oh, sorry, it just for Kiev Mola Academy, is it from Ukraine? Yes, oh, it's the same. And also Dr. Dmitry Seregovsky from Ukrainian Catholic University. And of course, as I mentioned, Dr. Suyadno Ladiki from University of Sultan Zainal Abidin already come with us today for the first or the second session today. Thank you so much, sir. And of course, we also grateful for our lecturer that also take part as a speaker in this event. Ibu Nadia Farabi, Bapak Martin Hanura, Ibu Ika Riswanti Putranti also join us. It seems also Bapak Fendi also will join us in the discussion as a panel speaker in every topic that we discuss every day. So thank you so much for all the participants, all the speaker, and of course, the committee that already spend their time and energy and also their attention to make this program happen. I hope everybody can take benefit, the utmost benefit from this program to add value to your academic life and also to your professional life. And of course, I would like also to convey the apology from our dean because he's not able to come to open this program because there is an important meeting with the rector in the university. But I hope, I'm surely believe that although he's not here, I know that all of the speaker and student and all of participant in this program will take the many benefit from this program, and it will also help you to strengthen your knowledge and critical thinking about our global society nowadays. Thank you so much for everybody. And with this, I open this program and then join the conversation, be active in it, and make your thought known to your fellow students so you are actively participated in the program and take benefit from it. Thank you so much, everybody. Good afternoon to all.
Thank you so much for Ms. Ruli Manalu, PhD, for the opening remarks. For the opening speech later on, please welcome the Honorable Dr. Reni Widiani, MS, as the Head of International Relations Department for her welcoming speech and remarks. To Dr. Reni Widiani, MS, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
afternoon, or evening to all of you. Honorable Head of Faculty, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, and esteemed participants from all over the world. I extend my warmest welcome as the head of Department of International Relations at Universitas Diponegoro. It is my great honor to officially open this year's IRUD Summer Course, theme Navigating Global Society Through the Turmoil World. This annual program is one of our commitments to further Universitas Diponegoro's vision of becoming a world-class university and fostering international collaboration. By hosting this summer course, we aim to attract inbound international students, promote Indonesian diverse potential, and contribute to global research networks in the field of international relations. The IRUD Summer Course is designed to tackle pressing global issues. This year's themes invite us to explore the complexities of our interconnected world amidst various challenges. It will be an enriching experience for all participants as they engage with leading scholars, practitioners, and peers in discussion about the evolving dynamics of international society. From September 17 to 2024, we hope that this event will serve as a platform of the exchange of knowledge and perspective, fostering greater mutual understanding and cooperation among young leaders across nation. Let the summer course inspire new ideas, solutions, and partnerships that will contribute positively to our turbulent works. On behalf of the International Relations Department, I wish you all an insightful and productive experience. That's all from me. Thank you and have a great week.
Thank you so much to our head of department, Dr. Reni Windiani, for the welcoming remarks. So now, Kevin, could you tell us what our next agenda is?
Of course, right now, we will get closer to know more about IRUD Summer Course. We're going to watch a documentation of the previous IRUD Summer Course held in 2023. Please sit back and enjoy.
Wow, Kevin, it almost like I can still feel the excitement and the joy from summer course last year. But what do we have next, Kevin?
All right, Hara. So now, let's introduce the amazing person behind this IRUD Summer Course 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Chief of IRUD Summer Course 2024, Mr. Maula Hudaya, S.Hub in MA. The time is yours, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm standing here to welcome you to the very wonderful event of IRUD Summer Course 2024. As, as for this program, this year, we managed to have 44 participants from 3 continents in this world, from Asia, from Africa, and from Europe. Please give applause for us for this wonderful event. And also, this year, we managed to have 10 wonderful speakers from various countries also. First, we have Professor Afandi Saleh from Malaysia. And we also have Professor Madya, Dr. Suyatno Ladiki from Malaysia as well. And we also have Dr. Dimitro Serengovsky from Ukraine, and also Dr. Maxim Yakovlev from Ukraine. As we know that, if we talk about the war in Ukraine, here in Indonesia, the dominant narratives mostly comes from Russia. So we present these 2 wonderful Ukrainian scholars to provide you young academics with perspective from the Ukraine. And also we have Dr. Chang Xian from China, and also Dr. Rahul Misra from Jawaharlal Nehru University in India. These 2 wonderful people will talk about the contestation in Indo-Pacific by China and the USA. As we know that both China and India have very different point of view in this case. So it will be a very wonderful discussion. And next we have Dr. Nurhuda Ismail from Singapore, and also Mr. Muhammad Faik Adipratomo. And then we also have Ms. Ika Riswanti Putranti, PhD, our distinguished lecturer as well. And the last but not least, we also have Mr. Martin Hanura in this wonderful event. And for the participant, may you scroll it down, please? Okay, the aim of this program itself is objective. Okay. Okay, the objective of this program itself is to promote Indonesian culture to foreign scholars, and then also we are here to facilitate both national and international participants with a desire to learn about contemporary issues that going on around the world, especially in this kind of turmoil periods. Like the moderator said, the master of ceremony said before, the past decade, the past 10 years, the world has underwent significant turmoil, started from the rise of semi-state terrorism, ISIS, and then the operation of Palestine by Israel, and also the war that's going on in Ukraine. Well, we will provide you a place to learn about this kind, how to navigate through the turmoil world. And then this summer course is also a great place for you to connect to other academics across the world. As I said before, that we have a lot of participants from various countries, even various continents. So this is your chance to make a wider connection with academics across the world. Please next. Ketentuan dulu, ketentuan dulu. Okay, this event also has general rules in which each student of IRUD Summer Course 2024 is able to access 5 courses provided and is expected to attend the entire program, including this opening session, and on the last day we will have also the closing ceremony. And to be able to get the certificate of this event, you have to attend at least 4 of 5 our courses. And then the students' attendance also will be monitored to their appearance on the Zoom screen and the attendance list, which the committees will provide you during the session. And also, the student is expected to be on camera and mute your mic, except when the moderator allows you to discuss. And then this event will also require you to make a final project in which the final project, each student is required to create a resume that reflects the central themes of this summer course, navigating the global society through the world of turmoil. The essays will be at least 1,500 words, and you can see the rules of the essay here. And the aim of this final project is we aim to make a book, and each of the students' final project will be a book chapter that we will publish later. But of course, we have to review it before we release the book. Okay, I think that's all that I can say right now. It is both honorable and also it's so thrilling for me to welcome you to our event this year. Have a great course and welcome to the IRUD Summer Course 2024. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to Mr. Maula Hudaya S. Hupin MA for the presentation of IRUD Summer Course Program Overview.
You are so right, Kevin. But our opening ceremony does not only consist of an interesting topic overview, but also amazing performance. So, ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate today's opening ceremony, we presented to you a beautiful traditional dance performance from one of our students who will be performing the enchanting Chandrawasi dance. Please welcome Anak Agung Harvani and enjoy the show.
Wow.
Wow.
What an amazing performance.
That's one word
There's
to
only
explain it.
one word to describe it.
Yes.
Very majestic. It is very demure, very mindful, and very cutesy.
I was totally and actually stunned by the amazing performance of our friend Fanny. I'm amazed by how talented the student of international relations of Diponegoro University is, not only in their academics but apparently in also their love for Indonesian traditions.
Yes, correct. It is. Couldn't agree more with you about that. By the way, what time it is? It's 11 and 57, I guess.
Yeah, I think we have reached the time of the end of the opening ceremony itself. But before we purposely end it, please once again give your biggest applause to Fanny for her performance. Okay, since we have coming to an end of this opening ceremony, it's now time to wrap it up with a documentation session. Everyone, please put on your best smile as we capture this moment.
Okay, get yourself settled, everyone. Don't forget to turn on your camera, but your microphone remain muted. Put the best smile on your face. We want to really make sure that you look amazing for this photo. You got 1 minute to prepare.
Committees may help with the documentation session.
We would like to invite the honorable guests sitting in the front row to stand up, as well as the participants standing in behind to stand up because we're going to take a photo. Okay, so the background will be at the back of the room. The camera person will be standing right in front of you in the stage. Please, please, very please, to put your smile to look good on this photo. Okay, you guys ready? We're gonna count from 1 to 3. 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. You can
Cheers.
change your pose also. Try to look best. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that is enough. You may now return to your seat.
Okay, this also goes to our participant. They are participating via the Zoom meeting. Please do stand by as our operator will screenshot your participates. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the opening ceremony is coming to a close, we'd like to thank all of the participants involved in this session. And with great honor, thank you to S. Ruli Monalu, PhD, as the Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science, the Head of International Relations Department, Dr. Reni Windiani, for a very warm welcoming. And also thank you so much to our Chief of Event, Mr. Maulia Hudaya, for the informative introduction to IRUD Summer Course. The best of our wishes goes to all of you.
Before the honorable guests go out through the room, we would like to invite Ms. Esruli Manalu PhD and Mr. Suyatno to come forward for a present from FISIP. For the camera persons, you could take the picture. Yeah, yes, right in front, in the center of the camera. Thank you so much to the Vice Dean of Academic and Student Affairs, Ms. Ruli Manalu, PhD, and Mr. Suyatno. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will welcome you to the first panel session of IRUD Summer Course 2024. All right, we just get info from the committee that we will now gonna wait.
As our committee will prepare the preparation for the discussion of the first panel session, we would like to remind all of our participants regarding the general rules that has previously been spoken. First, this also goes to all of our online participants. That first and foremost, your attendance will be checked throughout the meeting, including the opening ceremony. The attendance list will also be monitored through the screen appearance. Therefore, it is mandatory for our online participant to turn on the camera and mute the microphones. Okay, Kevin?
Okay, now it seems like the preparation is ready. we're gonna welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first panel session of IRUD Summer Course 2024. First of all, we would like to remind all of the participants that the attendance will be monitored through the screen appearance, as mentioned before by Hara. Should any constraint, problems, or issue you could discuss with the committee, for the Zoom participants, you could ask the committee in the Zoom chat with their names is committee underscore their name on the Zoom. And for all the people here attending, you could ask the committee wearing Undip alma mater jacket.
Okay, now we will start with our first topic. Indonesian foreign policy under President Joko Widodo, navigating through the turmoil world. With our esteemed speaker, everyone, Prof. Madya Dr. Suyatno Ladiki from Sultan Zainal Abidin University, and Mr. Martin Hanura, SIP MPS from Universitas Diponegoro. There will be 5 agenda for this session, starting from the first panel discussion, the Q&A session, ice-breaking, documentation, and the break session. This session is going to be moderated by Mrs. Dewi Satyaningsi, SIPMA from International Relations Department of Universitas Diponegoro.
Before we going further, we would like to introduce you all to our honored moderator today. So Mrs. Dewi Setyaningsi is a lecturer of the Department of International Relations, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Diponegoro. She also holds a master's degree in international relations from Universitas Gadjah Mada, where her research focused on the fascinating topic of the Indonesian tea industry's role in the global production network.
All right, as Kevin has spoken before, we can find Mrs. Dewi Setyaningsi's CV on the screen. It's also worth noting that Mrs. Dewi has an impressive list of academic publications covering topics like international development regimes, the role of certification in global value chains, and even feminist critics of masculinity in international relation discourse. Mrs. Dewi is really someone you look up to. So everyone, please give her an applause and a warm welcome.
Hello, Mrs. Dewi. So how would you feel about today's discussion? Are you ready?
I'm ready and I'm really excited. Can't wait for this panel session.
Okay, thank you. The feeling is mutual. We're also very excited for it. Okay, now, without any further ado, let's give this session to our respectable moderator, Mrs. Dewi Setyaningsi. Ma'am, the time and the screen is yours.
Okay, so here we go. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really grateful today we can gather in this serious agenda, but also a very, such a fabulous academic agenda that we held annually. And for this year, we present a very interesting topic, navigating the global society in turmoil world. And I'm also very honored to have this opportunity to moderate these panel sessions. So thank you for the MC Hara for introducing me very well. Thank you. And before I start the panel sessions, well, I would like to invite our honorable speakers. It's Professor Madya Dr. Suyatno Ladiki. So please welcome, Professor. You can come here, sit with me. Give applause to Prof. Suyatno Ladiki. And then we also have a second speakers, reputable experts in the fields of foreign policy as well. But unfortunately, the second speaker hasn't come yet because there is a traffic jam due to the traffic jam. So maybe Mas Martin will come late, but it's no problem. We can wait for him. while we have discussions. Okay. So Mas Martin, maybe come around 20 or 15 minutes later. So how are you, Professor Ladiki? The committee, please. The microphone for Prof. Ladiki. It's my pleasure to welcome you in this Orange Campus. So welcome to Tembalang. We really appreciate you and really excited to have you here as our honorable speaker. So how are you today, Professor?
Fine, thanks.
How do you feel when you arrive to Tembalang City?
Very amazing.
Tembalang City. And I think that this is your second time to be
Yeah,
in
yeah.
this
Second
faculty,
time.
right?
Yes, that's right.
In the first time you come here for
Just to meet the dean of physics and also the rector of Indit,
okay, for joint publications maybe
And
later on.
inshallah.
Later on we will have a joint publications if
Yeah,
you would
inshallah.
like to collaborate with us.
Very welcome.
We really pleased to have you as collaborative researchers later on. Okay, before I start the panel, I would like to introduce our honorable speakers, Prof. Ladiki.
Yeah.
What I call you? What
Yes, it's okay.
Prof.
You can mention
Ladiki.
Ladiki.
Okay. Prof. Ladiki actually is Indonesian citizen, right?
Yeah,
But-
right. Yeah.
but you
From Surabaya.
Oh, from Surabaya. It's like Maula, yeah.
Yeah.
So Prof. Ladiki is actually Indonesian citizen, but he pursue career in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Prof, yeah, in Malaysia. Well, his expertise on democracy, international political economy, globalizations, and political science. Prof. Ladiki pursue his bachelor degree from Universitas Jember in International Relations, and then Master of Science from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and then pursue his PhD from University Science Malaysia in Political Science. He is now a senior lecturer in Unisa, at Unisa University Sultan Zainul Abidin, right? University Sultan Zainul Abidin in Malaysia. And then besides become a senior lecturer, he also teach in the same program, international relations program, at some universities in Indonesia, like UMM, University Muhammadiyah Malang, as a senior lecturer, and then in UNER, Universitas Erlangga, and then also he teach in UUM, University Utara Malaysia, and University Science Malaysia. Oh, and also he becomes a senior lecturer now in UPN Veteran Yogyakarta in the same field in international relations. Professor Ladiki also become a members of American Political Science Associations and also being an editorial board at Global Strategies Erlangga University Journal. It's reputable journal, accredited Sinta 2 or second Sinta from Menristek Dikti. And then he also have many works that maybe I cannot mention one by one, but maybe the selected works from Professor Ladiki, I can mention it in book publications. In the latest or in this year, there is book publications from him, selected contemporary issue on law, social, and politics, published in 2023. And then there are Menjelajahi Demokrasi, book publications also. And then the dynamics of law and politics in Southeast Asia. And another one is law, politics, and society, the unraveling of Malaysia, Indonesia potentially. I think there are a lot of works that I can mention one by one. There are international journal published by him also, and I read your latest publications with scholars, Dino or Dion from UMM. Yeah,
They're
yeah.
He's
It's
my
about
he's my student now,
ah,
SPSC student.
okay, so he's your students.
Yeah.
I read your publications in international journal of I
Sec-
forget
publication.
6 publications with him. The issue is about the foreign policy also in Indonesia, and it's very interesting what you what's your insight you put on that paper, how Indonesia is become the revisionist states, but in a very soft strategy. That's what I got from your perspective, and it's very interested to discuss about it later on. So today in this panel sessions, we have a topic on foreign policy, Indonesian foreign policy under President Joko Widodo administrative. Well, it's interesting to talk about the domestic politics of Indonesia today, since it's the declining of democracy now. Everyone talks about it. Yet, it is also very interesting to review the works of Joko Widodo, or most known as Jokowi, administrative in the foreign policy area, how it impacts the future policy, how it impacts to our next agenda. We will get that explanative answer and insightful explanations from our honorable speakers today. So without further ado, I would like to give the time to Professor Ladiki. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Is it possible for me to
Yeah.
stand?
It is very pleased to you.
Because I also have to.
The committee, please help to, yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the golden opportunity for me sharing session and sharing knowledge about the foreign policy of Indonesia. But I come from the Terengganu, it's coast from the Malaysia, it's the rural area. Then this is the reason why I come from Terengganu to try to make a collaboration in the future with the International Relations Department especially, and also the Addis Department. So because last year I forget. Last year I also visited the Dean and also Director of, no, last year I think it's April this year. I visited to the Dean of FISIP Undip and also Rector of Undip to make some point to collaborate in the future. Today I would like to explain about the Indonesia foreign policy, but for the first time, please let me. Please let me explain about the introduction as my paper today or my presentation today. During the Cold War era, ASEAN believed that it could preserve region peace and stability by trying to keep great power rivalries out the region. For the first time, the building of ASEAN concerned about the peace and stability. This is the reason why in our regions, peace is very important to keep it. And then the zone peace, freedom and neutrality is a clear example for this approach. And when Cold War ended, a new strategic context compelled ASEAN to open up and embrace extra-regional powers as a strategy in maintaining peace and stability. Even though other remaining superpowers try to influence our regions, but we still consistent to keep the peace and stability in our regions. This demonstrated, and then we can see this demonstrated by the proliferation of ASEAN Center, multilateral processes and platforms such as ARF, APT, EDMM plus, and EES. This is the demonstrated by the ASEAN that consists to how to try to build peace and stability. This is the background what the countries of the Southeast Asia try to respond of the superpower influence. And then we can see in the current issue. For the first, the world is undergoing profound changes. Scholars and policymakers start to talk about the world in disarray, disorder, and even anarchy, because there are many phenomena is revolutionary happens, such as industrial revolution, and to make the changes of our society. And then we can say we now live in turbulent world where the old is being dismantled and the new is yet to emerge, especially in the AI era. Yeah? I think we don't have to finish the study about the big data analysis. Nowadays, we enter the AI phenomenon. This is the reason why we can say it's turbulent world. There are many very speed of the revolutionary process, and then to influence our society and also our states. This is the reason the international relation make the influence by this image. And then, faced with such strategic uncertainty, every nation is scrambling, struggling to find the most suitable place for itself in the emerging strategic environment, individually or collectively. This is the reason why every state, every nation still need a collaboration, still need the cooperations to face the turbulent situation. For this explanation, I would like to use this concept, geopolitics and geoeconomics, to make clear how the foreign policy in Indonesia happened. Please let me explain about these words. The geoeconomic and geopolitics, because this is very important, yeah, because in the words, geoeconomics and geopolitics as an indicator how the map of international relations changing. The geoeconomic geopolitical center of gravity nowadays shifting from the west to the China, yeah, from the west to the east. Especially China is fast becoming a great power, especially encouraging by the revolutionary in information, communication, and transportation. US, of course, is trying to sustain its primacy. Even though China tried to be a new superpower, US still try to sustain its primacy. And then, yet the process is strategic, still change unraveling, and the final outcome of the change remains to be seen. This is the still process. This is the still process how to make influence especially the neighbor of the China as a new superpower in economies. And we can see what is geopolitics. I think this is the concept to make us understand what the foreign policy will run well. And geopolitics come from the Greek, is ge with the means is art, and politic is the mean as politics. Is study of the effect of geography on international politics and revolutions. Argument about the political effect of a geographical, particularly climate, topography, arable land, and access to the sea, have appeared in Western political talk since the last until the Greek until now, yeah, until now, especially scholars such as Aristotle and Montesquieu. The best known body of geopolitical writing is extensive literature in the late 19th and 20th centuries, much of which focus on impact on world politics of the new technology of the Industrial Revolution, who influenced the situation in geographically. Then geopolitics is also about the study power relationship, past, present, and future. This geopolitics also a study of relationship between politics and geography, demography, and also economy, especially with respect to the foreign policy of nation. Geopolitics is also a branch of political geography that consider the strategic value of land, sea, area in the context of national economy and political power and ambitions. And then this geopolitics is also the state power to control space or territory and shape of the foreign policy of individual states and international political relations. This is the definition of geopolitics to make understand and clear how the superpower, how the big state to try control and influence the other state. Let me explain about the geoeconomics beside the geopolitics. There are 7 economic tools that geoeconomics can run well. First, trade policy, and second, investment policy. Third, economic and financial sanction. Fourth, cyber tools. And then 5, economic assistance. 6, financial monetary policy. And 7, national policy governing energy and commodities. This is the 7 important point, how the state try to use this as tool to influence to the foreign policy run well. So geopolitics and geoeconomy as a concept that encourages the foreign policy. And then to make clear what is geoeconomic, geoeconomic is one of the most important foreign policy phenomenon today. States are increasingly to the use economic instrument rather than traditional politics and military wants to pursue their desired strategic ends. They use instrument of economic to promote and defend national interests. This is the reason why now soft power has become the popular kind of the foreign policy rather than hard power today, especially in the revolution industrial era. We can mention such as Korea, promote the culture, and also Japan. They are using the economic as a strategy to promote their foreign policy. Okay, what kind of the geoeconomic if we try to capture the problem in Southeast Asia? Because there are 3 developments, however, have emerged from the process of change. First, a great power game is returning into Southeast Asia, come from the Cold War era until now. There are power game, yes. And second, the future of Southeast Asia is increasingly defined by how extra-regional powers interact with each other, how some countries in Southeast Asia interact with the superpower in the current times. And that's key extra-regional power begin to formulate and promote their own vision of regional order. This is the situation how the geoeconomics in Southeast Asia very depend on how the manage the relation between some countries in Southeast Asia with the superpower. And then this is the plan. This is the map of the planning, analysis, and discussion about geopolitics to make clear how the relation between geopolitics and geoeconomy, the resulted we can mention as a geostrategy. Using this concept, we can understand how the situation in Southeast Asia, how the behavior of the superpowers in the world. Let me explain how the foreign policy in Indonesia, especially to the South China Sea dispute, or in our area. First, as in South China Sea, this island, there are 2 island groups, Paracel, Spratly, and then firmly in China's hand since January when China says island from South Finance government. There are many little land, huge area of water, nation cannot easily station troops. And then resources, natural gas, oil very rich, and important shipping lanes with the 15 of the world straits. This is the situation why South China Sea Islands is very important for the countries, especially for the superpower countries. The background on China Sea also we can see such the dispute, the conflict involved territorial dispute over various island reefs and shoal in the South China Sea. And then players involved, we can see China, Taiwan, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Philippines mostly come from the South Asia countries. And the stakes, the South China Sea is a critical commercial because this is a very rich value of the economic sectors. And then we can see how the situation, there are many overlapping the area between China, claim, and some countries in Southeast Asia. And then, okay, sorry, okay. This is the reason why this is the big potential for the conflict in area if we can fail arrange our minutes together in the peacefully. And the situation also, we can see how the US forward defense rings and they still consist until now how to influence US foreign policy to conquer our area, such as Southeast Asia. There are many cooperation with the US, try to make a rings defense to capture or to hold or to limit China behavior. And then we compare US-China naval. I said compare, for example, there are many high risk to be a new war in near future. And then the others, if you can use a geo-economic concept, we can see how China tried to influence Southeast Asia countries using the economic tools such as investment. Actually, China not only in Southeast Asia countries to give some investment, but also in America. Ironically, America need some investment from the America very big in the world, yeah, compared to the other countries. Especially in Southeast Asia, we can see how the percentage of total China's investment in Southeast Asia very big. Indonesia number 3 after Malaysia. In Malaysia, there are many intense building infrastructure, for example, mostly come from the Chinese investment. And then we can see how the graphic is very high and increase on and on in the 2011 until 2017. And then we can see how China declare the politics of OBOR or BRI, One Belt, One Road. This is the reason why China try to balance the influence of US as a political superpower using the economic tool to succeed their foreign policy. From Chongqing until Europe, and then using the belt, use South Asia, Southeast Asia until West Asia and Europe also. Especially in our regions, Southeast Asia, China also very big, giving a big investment in rail station sector, such as was in Indonesia. And nowadays, Malaysia built ECRL, East Coast Rail Station, to try build. This is my village, Terengganu, in East Coast, because there is no appropriate rail station anymore today. And then ECRL tried to build Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, or Singapore, Terengganu until Bangkok, and then connect to Kunming. then connecting again to Beijing. This is the dream of the BRI policy of China, try to make connecting the people from the Southeast Asia more closer to the China rather than to America. There are many big investment. In Malaysia, very big investment in rail station sector. The big investment is ECRL that I am expressed today. And then this is the dream of the two countries, and also depend on the big investment in China also, yeah, to make a bridge to connect Malacca and Sumatra. So this is the near big things. If the infrastructure in Lampung until Aceh is finished, President Jokowi state that try to continue building bridge that connect between Sumatra and Malacca. So easy for me, especially as a Japanese people, to celebrate Idul Fitri using my car and then directly connect I bring my car and then drive from the Terengganu until Surabaya using this bridge. This is my dream also, but I don't know when. Malaysia, Indonesia using this bridge, yeah, because only three. I think it's only not 14 until 3. Almost 14 kilometers. Malaysia has a long bridge in connecting Pulau Pinang and Semenanjung, only need 25 kilometers. I think it's very easy for two countries build 40 kilometers to connect Indonesia and Malaysia more closely. Okay, so let me explain, after explain about the concept of geo-economic and geopolitics, to understand how the superpower has influence to our countries, especially in Southeast Asia. Let me explain what the foreign policy factor influencing. Yeah, there are three. There are three factors to influence foreign policy. First, geopolitical climate. We can see in such as Indonesia policies are set by the dynamics of great power rivalry. We can see in the Cold War, Indonesia faced the rivalry between America and Soviet Union, and nowadays Indonesia face rivalry between America and China. Second, economic interest. Indonesia has vested economic interest in the stability of the region, including fishing, tourism, and oil and gas exploration. So of course, if we enter in the new war, so the bad situation we can get come from it. So this is the reason foreign policy of Indonesia influenced by the economic interest to build peace and stability. Hopefully, our economy can grow on and increase every year. Third factor is national security. Beyond economic interest, national security also taken into account due to the higher stakes of the conflict. So it's mean to protect our countries using the factor of national security is also the big factor of our foreign policy. And then how Indonesia stands nowadays? Indonesia stands first is a non-alignment. We can see the basic of foreign policy is based and active. So it means Indonesia is non-alignment stance. Indonesia has consistently argued for peaceful resolution. Everything, every problem, every war potentiality, Indonesia stand to build a peaceful resolution. To the dispute, encourage dialogue to bring some dispute to in the diplomacy approach. Secondly, Indonesia's stand is neutrality and sovereignty. Indonesia is neutral but maintain that it has legitimate interest in the water close to its shores as a part of its sovereignty. So it means we still have dignity and identity. This is very important to give the international relation image. And then we also try to make Indonesia's stance strong, is such as using multilateralism approach. Indonesia work with ASEAN and other international organizations to promote regional stability and rule of law. And this is the reason why we still using the diplomacy approach is very important to build multilateralism cooperation. And then preservation of maritime resources. Indonesia seeks to avoid over exploitation of South China Sea, marine biodiversity and resources. Indonesia also still give the clear argument about how to avoid of exploitation of the China Sea from the China government. Okay, how to make sure how to implement the Indonesia stance of the foreign policy. In the 2016, Indonesia initiated the Our Ocean Conference, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding marine resources and environment in the South China Sea. And then next year, Indonesia facilitated adoption of the Code of Conduct in South China Sea with ASEAN member. And then 2018, Indonesia proposed to turn the Natuna Island into a tourism destination, which could help bring more attention to Indonesia position in the region. It's been Indonesia give the clear statement, and so this is expressed from the national security and national identity. And then collaboration with peace and Indonesia need the big countries, need the big countries, and yes, if I don't remember. Okay. There are three countries who who have a big role play in the world, especially in the national relations politics. So please let me explain about the challenge and our future. Because after we sorry, okay. Oh, now it's challenge and prospect. Sorry about the record technical problem. Okay, challenge and future prospect. Yeah? First, China influence. Yeah? Given China's substantial power in the region, it will be challenge for Indonesia to maintain its neutrality and position, because we have a big investment from the China, of course. I think this is the big challenge for us to how to reduce the big influence from China in the economic sector. Secondly, ASEAN unity is crucial for the success of an effective regional mechanism to solve the conflict, but there are still disagreements among ASEAN countries themselves. As a background that I explained previously, ASEAN is still organization in the world, has an important role to build diplomacy approach rather than repression approach. And then pandemic has diverted attention and resources away from regional cooperation. A pandemic is as a pause, yeah, pause from the conflict because every nation's busy to try to make a solution. And then fourth, of the future, despite the challenge, Indonesia effort preserve peace and stability in South China Sea should be lauded, and there remain prospect for peaceful resolution of the conflict in the future. I think in my conclusion, this is important for us using the concept geopolitics and also foreign policy to try making peace and stability in South China Sea more progress in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank, thank you, Prof. Ladiki. It's very fruitful and insightful ideas. Thank you for sharing with us. Okay, so today the scholars of international relations debating on the challenge of the rivalry between China and America. And using the geostrategy analysis, we can get a very comprehensive analysis, both from national aspect, national security aspect, and economy aspect. That is what Prof. Ladiki offer us. But beside of using the geostrategy analysis, we also have a foreign policy analysis. There are a various perspectives from realist, liberal, constructivist, but I think the debate on foreign policy of Indonesia always have the same starting point from bebas aktif principle or independent and active principle. Well, we have Mas Martin here. Hello, Mas Martin. Maybe Mas Martin will have a very different perspective and we'll discuss more about the foreign policy analysis and about the free or independent and active principle that become the doctrines which guide the Indonesian foreign policy since its independence. So for Mas Martin, please welcome. Give applause to Mas Martin. Maybe I will introduce Mas Martin first, or okay, Mas Martin, excuse me, since I haven't read your CV, I want to introduce yourself to the participants. First, maybe I will not read and mentions one by one all of his works because there are a lot of works from Mas Martin. Mas Martin Hanura, our Associate Professor Martin Hanura, actually is my senior lecturer in department, my mentor also in teachings and academic things, like academic stuff. Okay, I will start by Mas Martin background. Pak Martin Hanura, or Associate Professor Martin Hanura, pursue his undergraduate program from Gajah Mada University, and then his master degree from Tulski Gosudarstveni University, Russia, at Departments of Sociology and Political Science. And now Mas Martin is preparing for his PhD program to one of university in US. Yeah, Mas Martin, yeah, in America. So we hope Mas Martin doing his PhD well and come back to Indonesia soon. So we wish you luck, Mas Martin, for your next PhD. Maybe next year, yeah, Mas Martin, yeah. Next year, yeah, inshallah, next year. And I will introduce some professional experience from Pak Martin. Now, Pak Martin is managing editor at Jurnal Ilmu Sosial, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Undip. And then he also the peer review journal of Kajian Hubungan Internasional, and then become the analyst international relations analyst issues. He also become a consultant of Ministry of Manpower, and then he ever become a Department of International Relations Secretary study program 2019 until 2022. And now let's get to know the works of Mas Martin. Okay, there are a lot of paper I have to read. Mas Martin have some latest publications uh, about the collaboration model in development of halal tourism in Indonesia, the case study in Batam City and Riau Island Province. And he also published the paper on international and journal Ilmu Sosial with it entitled International Collaborative Governance in Preventing Irregular Indonesian Migrant Worker to Malaysia. There are also cyber resilience revisited law and international relations and cooperations amidst calamity, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic between China and India resulting in shared needs. And now Mas Martin is conducting research on Indonesia chairmanship in ASEAN 2023. So maybe we will get more insight from Mas Martin around the topic how Indonesia's foreign policy in regional, not only in the global level, but in regional level, ASEAN, it's related to her research study that he is conducting until this year end. Okay, maybe without further ado, I will give the time to Mas Martin, and you will have a time around 30 until 40 minutes. 30 until 40 minutes to share your ideas. Okay, please, Mas Martin.
Okay, thank you to Dewi that introduced me, my colleague, and also welcome Prof. Suyatno Ladiki that come into our faculty. The Honorable Ibu Reni Windiani, Head of Department International Relations, and also all participants in this afternoon. Okay, maybe I will stand like Mr. Prof. Suyatno, yeah. Okay, I will convey about Indonesia foreign policy under Jokowi, this topic, navigating through the turmoil of the world. I think it's also my note in the last period, President Joko Widodo, but maybe many people in Indonesia talk about that. Unofficially, maybe in this year is last, but many people talk, and in the really maybe Jokowi will continue with the son, grandson, Jan Etes, and etc. etc. In the future, maybe 30 until 40 years in the next. Okay. Belum bisa, udah dia. Okay. In this room, I see maybe student in the 5 or 6 semester that also taken course foreign policy in Indonesia. Maybe now about how is the foreign policy. Okay, the first I will convey that the concept foreign policy, the analysis of decision of a state toward the external environment and the condition usually domestic. It's mean if the country decide about the foreign policy, have two factor, external environment to respond how is the international system and also how is the condition usually domestic. So the government to decide the foreign policy must political stable in domestic. I think is very very mature in order to the foreign policy the other country believe about what the country deliver about the foreign policy. And also the foreign policy as the explicit and implicit actions of governmental, explicit and implicit. We can see many action President Jokowi with the deliver in implicit or explicit that many meaning in the foreign policy in Indonesia. I don't know the same or no with the Prof. Suyatno. I hope different, yeah. And the principle of Indonesian foreign policy, of course, free and active. I think the student that got this course know about that, but maybe the student that the second or third semester, I think, still didn't know about what's the principle and the base of constitution. The principle of Indonesian foreign policy, free and active. Free, it's mean independent, not lie with the other countries, especially the great countries, and also active, also give contribution in the world, especially to make the peace. And the base of opening 1945 Constitution, the fourth paragraph, participate in implementing world order based on freedom, eternal peace, and social justice. I think when in President Soekarno until Jokowi, the base principle, the foreign policy in Indonesia use this constitution. We know if how is the characteristic Jokowi idea about the foreign policy. We can see Jokowi speech in presidential inauguration speech 2014 that this idea or inspiration about how is the glory in the Majapahit kingdom. If the ancestor Indonesian that now is a shipper atau pelaut, and more 65% Indonesia also sea, and also 35 area percent in Indonesia is the land. I think it's how the potential sea in Indonesia, Jokowi want to make the power increase in the foreign policy. And of course, in Jokowi, have a 5 pillar of the world maritime axis. The first pillar, for the example, like rebuilding Indonesia's maritime culture, committed to maintaining and commitment to encouraging the development of maritime infrastructure. The implementation we can see how in Jokowi era built the Highway Sea atau tol laut. I think many tol laut in Indonesia, more 16, because Indonesia is the biggest archipelago in the world, and 65% the area is sea. So Jokowi want to connect it island between island to fast move the transportation to increase growth economy with the highway program C. And Jokowi has also doctrine about foreign policy. The Jokowi doctrine talk about all nations are friends until Indonesia's sovereignty is degraded and national interest jeopardized. It's mean Jokowi very assertive. If national interest in Indonesia, the other countries attack to national interest. We can see how the agak lama ya ini ya. Oke. Nah, how the foreign fishership ya. in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Fishermen, and that now Ibu Susi Pujastuti exploded the ship because many fishermen from other countries stole fish in Indonesia or many natural resources. Bisa mas? Nah, oke. Mungkin diklik tidak ya. So the implementation foreign policy, Jokowi doctrine, we get benefit more increase for our natural resources and many income to increase. So the foreign policy about assertive to foreign fishermen very effective. Okay. And then the concept about double-edged diplomacy. Double-edged diplomacy is the concept if how is to be successful foreign policy. Have a two-factor, domestic politics and international bargaining. So domestic politics include stability politics and also economy. It will be influenced in international bargaining. Several modality in Indonesia, for the example, Indonesia is the largest Muslim, the fourth Muslim democracy in the world, and also the fourth population, the biggest in the world, and many modality. It's can use President Joko Widodo to make international bargaining in the foreign policy. And then, how is strategy foreign policy Jokowi era? The first, the strategy expanding regional engagement in the Indo-Pacific region. Indo-Pacific region, including Southeast Asia, also East Asia, and Indonesia also become leadership in ASEAN. And we can see Indonesia as a host in Chief of ASEAN 2023, also bilateral strategic partnership and regional economic integration and free trade. The second, strategy Jokowi involving the role, aspiration, and interest of the community. Because we know the background Jokowi is as an entrepreneur, so the task or assignment diplomat in the other country is to promote the economy. Emphasize economy is very important in the Jokowi era. The third, returning Indonesia as maritime nation where oceans, like creating Highway Program C, and also the fourth, increasing Indonesia global role as a regional middle power. I think in the future, Jokowi will active in many multilateral forum like G20, ASEAN, WTO, and Asian Pacific Economic Corporation, and they are the multilateral forum. Okay. The turmoil world. At that time, I think many conflict and crisis in the many area, like Syria conflict, Afghanistan conflict, Myanmar conflict, and the end food and energy crisis. So many contribution and in the foreign policy Jokowi to resolving this crisis or conflict. I think in the Syria conflict, the end in 2016, and also Afghanistan conflict 2021 after US Army left in Afghanistan, and Myanmar conflict until now still going. So China Sea conflict, Russia, Ukraine, Gaza, and food and energy crisis. I think there are several crises or conflict that's still going until now. What's the resolving to Syrian conflict? Yeah. in the Syrian conflict, President Jokowi in the plenary session of the ASEAN-Russia Commemorative and encouraged the ASEAN United States Forum. We can see in the ASEAN-Russia Sochi in 2016, because Russia and United States pick up or behind in the Syria conflict. For the example, Russia also very close relationship with Bashar al-Assad, and also United States have a close relationship with the rebellion in the Syria. So Jokowi give effort to make support United States and Russia to solve the problem and peaceful in the Syria. Afghanistan conflict also many contribute. Indonesia, especially President Jokowi, for the example, to create trilateral ulama conference in Indonesia. In this conference involve ulama. It's mean Jokowi use multi-track diplomacy, use civil society as an actor to diplomacy, especially in ulama, involve 3 ulama from Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Indonesia. And also Indonesia and Afghanistan increase various activities with Kabul peace process, and also construction of the Indonesia Islamic Center and health facilities in Kabul. This is contributing Indonesia to Afghanistan conflict. And also until now, Indonesia-Afghanistan Women Solidarity Network. Indonesia make empowerment society to women in Afghanistan because the lack of participation. So this program, I think, still going on until now. We can see how directly President Jokowi go to Afghanistan, meet the President Afghanistan at the time, and we know in Afghanistan still chaos country and many exploded in several cities, but President Jokowi very brave go to Afghanistan to make building peace in the Afghanistan. Okay, we can see in the picture trilateral of ulama conference in Indonesia. It's also use soft power diplomacy to make building process peace in the Afghanistan. Okay, the next Myanmar conflict. Yeah. Myanmar conflict is now still hot issue, especially in Southeast Asia. And we know in the conference ASEAN Summit in 2023, also many results tell about how to resolve peace in the Myanmar conflict. And Indonesia give opinion or idea. Indonesia emphasize the importance of good security situation for implementation of voluntary, safe, and dignified repatriation. And Indonesia also transit country that receive refugee from Myanmar. If you want to know many refugee from Myanmar, you can go in the rumah detensi imigrasi near housing Geraha Padma. Rumah detensi imigrasi, I think there are many refugee from Myanmar. And Indonesia has high commitment to continue contribute to the resolution of the Rakhine State issue and encourage immediate follow-up recommendation of the preliminary needs assessment. I think it's how Indonesia, especially Jokowi, to give idea to resolving conflict in Myanmar. We can see in the picture the President Jokowi meeting Aung San Suu Kyi and highlight importance of security in Rakhine State. And the next, South China dispute. I think several countries involved in this dispute, and also with the Malaysia, I think China, Filipina, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, and Vietnam. And the solution until now, Indonesia give idea to manage potential conflict in the South China Sea. And several idea, the South China Sea region must be a peaceful and stable region. International law must be respected, great power rivalry, and also the declaration on the conduct parties in the South China Sea. I think many contribution in Indonesia, especially how is to make guideline implementation, the declaration on the conduct of parties that held when Indonesia as a chief ASEAN in 2011. And I think still there are several solutions. And the next, Russia-Ukraine conflict. Several ideas from Indonesia. For example, the first, peace and stability are the keys toward economic recovery and development. Indonesia G20 presidency encouraged a peaceful resolution of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I think it's a difficulty situation in Indonesia because when Indonesia as the host G20 forum, Indonesia have responsibility to make a resolution about conflict Russia and Ukraine. Okay, and Jokowi directly go to Russia in Moscow, meet with the President Russia, and Indonesia ready to bridge Russia-Ukraine communication. And before that, Indonesia went to Ukraine to meet Vladimir Zelensky. We can see how is the difference relationship. The distance table, I think also demonstrate how is relationship also so far in the table. We can see where the Vladimir Putin meet French President Emmanuel Macron, because Emmanuel Macron is allied with the Western. I think the table also so far distance. Okay, and also President Jokowi, Indonesia ready to bridge Russia-Ukraine communication to meet Vladimir Zelensky. I think many things to discuss about how is open the port, because at the time the port was closed because war is going on. So President Jokowi have proposed to open export-import in Ukraine and Russia. Also, at that time, Indonesia also held a G20 summit, and it's many observer not believe if Indonesia as a host G20 will get good solution or consensus in the Bali leader G20, because in that era many conflict in the forum. For example, several minister like from United States in the Yogyakarta forum walk out. Okay, and the next Gaza conflict that's still now going on, and also Indonesia have contributed. For example, the root of the conflict must be resolved. Israel illegal occupation and the process at the UN General Assembly, and also coordination of UN agency to assist the Palestinian people. I think it's also contribute in many forum that Indonesia give resolving solution in that conflict, especially conflict in Gaza for Palestinian people. And also the Jokowi supporting United States, invest United States to defend justice and humanity in Palestine, because in United States as a country that have influence in Israel, so this the effort Indonesia country. The last energy and food crisis, Indonesia as a member champion group of the global crisis response group. I think it's the one of important country that just 6 countries as a member that have a task to give solution about the issue crisis about food, financial, and also energy, because when post pandemic COVID and conflict Russia-Ukraine, Indonesia have a good resilience country. For example, the economic growth in 5%, and also unemployment reduced 6%, and also many resilience indicator that Indonesia have good to defend of the crisis. International award to Jokowi. This is Jokowi received award in 2023 Abu Dhabi Forum Peace, because Jokowi in implementation have many contributed in the peace building in the world. And also President Jokowi received Global Citizen Award 2023 in Bali. It's also how the community give respect with the Indonesian president to contribute many various in the world. One of academician, Prof. Kishore Mahbubani, the professor from National University Singapore, say if Jokowi as effective leader, especially when Jokowi can reduce conflict in the G20 among China and United States, China as a dragon and United States as a elephant, Jokowi can reduce the conflict, and we can get result Bali leadership consensus in conference G20 2023. And also Jokowi on the cover of an international magazine. In the left side, in the magazine in Arab Saudi, Jokowi, we can see Jokowi very popular in the world, and also magazine Time, New Hope. Many protesters say in this magazine, not New Hope, but now New Hopeless, because the lack of democracy and many critique to policy in domestic about Jokowi policy. This is APEC in China, that the first Jokowi proposed cooperation with One Belt One Road in China. If we can see the position decide what's the important the person. the position Jokowi in the side Barack Obama and President China Xi Jinping and Putin, I think how very important and popular Jokowi in the many leaders meeting in the APEC economy. This is KTT ASEAN Summit 2023 in Labuan Bajo in front of the ship of Finisi. I think the most important in ASEAN that contribute turmoil of the world is protect human trafficking in the ASEAN. And also how to protect Indonesia migrant, because many illegal Indonesia migrant, especially in Malaysia, through Nunuan, from Sulawesi. So it's a very important issue in the ASEAN Summit 2023. In the G7 Summit, also Jokowi attendance to bring the result in the KTT ASEAN. The issue is how to manage the conflict, to reduce conflict in Russia-Ukraine, because at that time in 2023, that conflict still going on. We can see how is achievement economic rank 2023 in economic, the position Indonesia in 16. Are you believe if in 2045 Indonesia will five rank to make become Indonesia emas? I think maybe we can get to this achievement to high rank in the 5 rank in the 2045. And also military power rank, we have 13 in Indonesia in the world, but in ASEAN we got rank the first very strong power in the Southeast Asia. The question, who are the important people who assist Jokowi foreign policy succeed? Don't look the man in the right, because it's not important, just usual. The very brilliant that support Jokowi foreign policy is the woman in the left, Ibu Retno Marsudi. Yeah, many achievement. This photo taken in 2019 when Ministry Foreign Affairs Retno Marsudi come in Untas Diponegoro in that event. And also, although Ministry of Foreign Affairs will retire, but she got new mandatory from General Secretary envoy in the water issue. So I hope in the next regime, Indonesia foreign policy will become successful and we can found the good Ministry Foreign Affairs like Ibu Retno Marsudi. This is my presentation. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Martin, for adding the perspective on this topic. It's very fruitful and interesting to discuss about Indonesia's foreign policy. And if we look at the PowerPoint that displayed and showed by Mas Martin, we can know that Indonesia actually has been engaging into the multilateralism and then into the global and regional conflicts. Okay, we have online participants. So for the online participants, please to put your microphone there will be no disturbing or something. That yeah, okay. Thank you. Indonesia actually have a very significant role in the global and regional level. Indonesia last year become a chairmanship in ASEAN 2023, and Indonesia also become a G20 presidency. It's a multilateralism which really prestigious because rich country clubs are there in the G20 club. So if we look at the or review the success story of Jokowi's administrative in the field of foreign policy, maybe it's really amazing because the role of Bu Retno Marsudi as well. It reflects that Indonesia has been, practicing the active principle of bebas aktif, but the active, the free or independent principle, I think is still questionable. Amidst the rivalry between the great powers, and Indonesia now is in the middle powers. For your information, there is a middle power status, small power status, and great power status. Indonesia now in a middle power status. Amidst the rivalry between China and US, it's interesting to look deeper and searching what's the best explanations. Indonesia is in which positions? I mean, Indonesia assertively challenged the colonialism in his speech when Jokowi invited by BRICS in the forum of BRICS. Jokowi assertively said that we have to challenge the colonialism. We have to stand with the global South countries. But then when BRICS offer, how about Indonesia become their member? Jokowi denied it, and Jokowi decide to become a member of OECD, which is the legacy of the international liberal order. So my colleague Maula has a thesis on Indonesia's practicing the status quo foreign policy. But Prof. Ladiki, in her paper, I read his written on one of his publications, said that Indonesia is actually revisionist states, but with a very smooth strategy. So this is very interesting to talk about the debate. Which Indonesia positions between the two rivalry of power? Maybe I will open for the question sessions. It will be 3 or 4 questions in the first sessions, and then we will continue it to the next sessions, 3 and until 4 questions. So we will open for the Q&A. There are a lot of ideas that we can discuss now. We have online participants as well. So for the online participants, I also open this forum for you. You can raise your hands, and then the committee will help me to show which one who will raise the questions. And then for the offline participants, you can directly raise your hand, and don't forget to mention your name and your questions directly. You want to give this question to Prof. Ladiki or Prof. Martin. Okay, I will open now, please. Ladies and gentlemen, one question, the other, please. Okay, Elo. Maybe from the online participants? Not yet. Okay. I will collect two questions first. I will start from maybe Elo and then the man behind Elo. The committee, please help me to give the microphone if there is another one. Okay.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions for both of you. Okay, for Professor from Malaysia, I have a comment and question about the use of geopolitical analysis to understand the international relation. Geopolitical, I'm a geopolitical analysis from one of things in Italy, so I will critique also myself. Geopolitical tend to be too much easy way to understand complex phenomena, especially if we talk about state, because state are complex phenomena. So why we need to use geopolitical to understand a situation like in the second question is regarding you talk about, I guess, the South China issue, and you said that Indonesia have a principal rule. And the question is to put you in the future when eventually the conflict will start. How will change the behavior of foreign policy in Indonesia in that period? Because Indonesia now is ambivalent in some way. I'm stay away, I promote peace, but when the conflict start, I have my interest. So how we change Indonesian foreign policy in that case? And also the third question is about the new foreign policy. We have now Prabowo have maybe different approach on foreign policy or same approach to foreign policy like Jokowi. What do you think about this and how he will deal with China and also other international issue? This is what the question for the first from you and from you. Sorry. The question is about actually you talk about Afghanistan and refugee. Indonesia is not an country that signed any kind of refugee agreement. So where is the contribute in this case? Because we Indonesia do not have any kind of refugee. It don't want to see any kind of refugee until now. So what was the contribute that you talk about? And the other question is about I forgot the slide, but I guess you also think about the Afghanistan. Afghanistan, it was previously the Taliban coup or after the Taliban coup? Because you talk about woman empowerment in the Taliban situation where after so now where the Taliban are completely hegemony of the country, there is no woman rights. How it is through the Indonesia in that case? How can change in more positive? What is the example that Indonesia can be in a country that is completely no rights for women now? So it's a question.
Thank you, Ella. It's a very complex questions. I think it's about how the pandemic influence or impact the Indonesian's foreign policy, and then how Indonesia deal with China to balance its relations. And if I'm not wrong, and then Ella asked about the conflict, yeah, in Afghanistan, how the progress and solutions and etc. For Prof. Ladiki and Pak Martin, do you want to respond first or to collect first all the questions? Collect first. Okay. Okay, so I will collect the questions first and then respond to it one by one. Please mention your name.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much, Mr. Martin and Prof. Ladiki. My name is James from International Relation 2022. So my first question is, as we know that Indonesia has positioned itself as a key player in Asia, and it stands on the South China Sea conflict, as Prof. Ladiki and Mr. Martin mentioned before about South China Sea conflict. our stance is quite ambiguous. And then so many critics come to President Jokowi about this ambiguity, from the desire to maintain economic ties with China. So the question is, has Jokowi government sacrificed Indonesia regional leadership and security interests to prioritize economic gains from China? And then the second question, it's kind of bit related, because under President Jokowi, so many critics argue that the government has become increasingly more centralized with power concentrated in executive power. And how has this internal power consolidation affected Indonesia's foreign policy approach? Because in our political situation right now, we all know that Kim plus political power is so strong, and then there are only a few opposition. Does this affect Indonesia's foreign policy in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, James. Maybe another questions from the virtual participants. Is there anyone? Okay, so there is one participant from the virtual meetings. I will give a time. Please introduce yourself first. And for the committee, please help us to can show the face of the person.
Good afternoon, Professor Ladiki and Mr. Martin. Thank you so much for the amazing presentations. My name is Emanuela Francesca, and I am a graduate from the International Relations Department from Diponegoro University. We know that Indonesia has been contributing a lot in multilateralism to promote regional and international peace and stability. From the conflict in Afghanistan, like Mr. Martin has elaborated, to the currently ongoing conflicts, such as those in Ukraine and Gaza. But despite all of those efforts, some of the conflicts are still ongoing. Some are even escalating, considering the feud against the Philippines and China boats in the South China Sea. And I don't think that the current conflict in Ukraine is stopping anytime soon. And the UN has also been taking actions to propose a ceasefire, but the attacks from Israel haven't stopped. And my question is, what could Indonesia do to contribute in resolving those conflicts in an achievable and concrete manner, considering the limitations of multilateralism? Is conflict resolution actually achievable in this anarchic international system? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Miss who I forget. Okay, thank you. So the speaker will respond one by one. I will start from Prof. Wadiki, and then next Mas Martin. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I use the concept of geopolitics is still, I realize there are still many weaknesses to use this concept, because every concept almost has a strength and also weak. But in my opinion, I'm still using geopolitics because it's easy for us capture the situation in international relations regarding the current issues, especially the power shift from the Western to Eastern. For example, how we can understand how China become a new superpower in the economic sector. This is the reason why, if we understand why the situation in China Sea not become worse, for example, such as why the countries did become a war, to make a war as the last solutions, because mostly countries in the Southeast Asia still depend on the China economy, because investment is very important for the countries. And then only China as one of the country give some investments to Southeast Asian countries compared to the Western countries, compared to the rich countries such as UK, France, or Germany. Because if even though America, United States of America also, so we can see the trend of the graphic of investment in Southeast Asia increase year by year because investments come from the South China Sea. Sorry, from the China government. I think that this is the reason why I use the geopolitics and geoeconomy as a concept, try to make understand why Indonesia, for example, to make a relation with the China, intention to increase the economic sector. This is how Indonesia deal with China. Of course, in investment such as infrastructure development, China follow the BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, or OBO, One Belt, One Roads. This is the reason Indonesia need big investment from the foreigners. Then China gives opportunity like that. Even we like or dislikes, this is the real situations. And then China gave some hopes to make our economic growth. And then I think it's related to the second opinions, second questions. It is how the Jokowi atau foreign policy of Jokowi sells Indonesia. I think we realize that the situation every the leader, every president or prime minister to face the economic challenges in the world is not easy to overcome. Anwar Ibrahim, as a prime minister of Malaysia, also getting some big criticized from the people in Malaysia because especially come from the opposition then deny Anwar Ibrahim sell Malaysia also like negative opinion Indonesia when Malaysia try to build economy cooperation with China. One example is the ECRL building come from the Johor until the border of Malaysia and Thailand, Kelantan area. This is a big challenge for the leader in the Southeast Asia countries, especially the countries have overlapping area with the China government toward the dispute of Southeast China. It's not easy, but in the reality, we need the investment from the foreign countries. For the third, like I presented today, Indonesia stands need a more encouraging diplomacy approach rather than rather than repressive approach. Diplomatic approach such as Indonesia make a good relation between the Japan and Australia and also United States of America, and then using the ASEAN as a regional organization to influence the superpower in the world such as United States, America, and also China and also Russia today. So it's mean Indonesia still consists with the diplomacy arrangements to make a resolve and peace, to make a peace and stability in our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Ladiki, for the answer. And for the next response, maybe comes from Mas Martin, yeah?
Okay, I think the first and third question is the same about Afghanistan, and I divide how contributed Indonesia to resolve problem peace in the Afghanistan. The first step before 2021 that the regime non-Taliban regime that is supported by America. I think many accident in the Afghanistan before 2021 because still many terrorists from Taliban and exploded in many cities. So the contribution Indonesia in that before 2021 is how to make peace in the Afghanistan to reduce many conflict or chaos in the Afghanistan and in the many city in Afghanistan. But after 2021, when Army United States left and Taliban take in this government or regime, Indonesia still continue cooperation, especially in empowerment women. For the example, because when in tradition Sharia or Islam in Afghanistan, especially in Taliban, the role of women just stay at home. Not many, for the example, like access to education and also participation in the professional or jobs, also participation in the politics. So although Indonesia in Afghanistan now taken regime Taliban, but regime Taliban have consensus about to make democracy in Afghanistan, especially how the role women in Afghanistan. So I think many cooperation, especially empowerment women, especially in Semarang, many students from Afghanistan in Universitas Wahid Hasim. Yeah, because cooperation with Nahdlatul Ulama, and also how many practice from Indonesia, especially Ministry of Foreign Affairs, have a program how to make the women in Afghanistan to get the education and participation in the professional or job, and also in politics. I think now still going process, because after Taliban take the government started 2021, I think until now still 2 years, and in the future the cooperation still being process. And the second question, James, yeah. How is James? James, that I remember the long hair, but now cut the hair. Oh, now he is a very gentleman. Before like woman, I think it's emancipation, yeah, man. Okay, James, the question: how is Indonesia support rivalry China or United States, especially in the dispute in the South China Sea? I think Indonesia have cooperation with various countries, especially with China, but the emphasis with China is cooperation about economy and investation. But we also cooperation with the Western country, like now in the Situ Bondo, Indonesia health program for military, Garuda Shield in Situ Bondo, with the United States, Canada, Japan, and the other lion Western country. So I think about China Sea dispute, Indonesia, I think, also take or the position is free and active. So Indonesia not support a parties of country, but I think balancing of power in the South China Sea. And the last question: how is the position Indonesia more centralized, affected foreign policy? Yes, I think because Professor Mahbubani is advisor one of political party in Indonesia, so we must be careful with the observe or statement. It is objective or subjective, because also that party, political party, also support Joko Widodo. So maybe in the to consolidation power, I think it's very effective. But if we talk about a democracy, check and balances, we know until now, I think check and balances know in our country. For the example, many political party ally with the Koalisi Indonesia Maju Plus, and the opposition just one party. I think it's not very good for democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Martin. So please give applause to our speakers today. Okay, talking about Indonesia, maybe it's not enough only in 1.5 hours, but I really hope that these discussions will give you new insight and will give you more topic research, offer you more topic research to be researched, because you are already preparing the research paper, right, for the next semester. So maybe this forum, I hope, can offer you several topics on Indonesia's foreign policy. There are a lot of things we can talk about it, but the time is not enough. And unfortunately, because the committee also has reminded me about the time, and due to the time constraints, we cannot open the next question sessions. So we will have a photo sessions right after this. Oh, okay. So I will close these sessions, and thank you so much for your participations, your enthusiasm, both online and offline participants. Thank you. You are really great. And also for our two honorable speakers, I really appreciate both of them. Thank you so much for taking their times to be here. Also, I'm sorry if there is some technical issues or errors during the discussions. And thank you for the committee for organizing this event. Well, give applause once again to our honorable speakers. Thank you. I give it back to the MC for the next sessions. Thank you. Thank you, Mas Martin, Prof. Ladiki.
Okay, comedy. Okay, everyone, that was a very interesting and insightful discussion. So please give applause once again to our speakers and our moderators. Okay, before we jump into the documentation session, it seems like the material was very enlightening. It was combined with a very wonderful presentation. And I believe that all of the students here, including me and Kevin, have learned so many new things and insight about the turmoil words.
Yeah, I know, right, that all people here in the Zoom or even in this venue have learned multiple information regarding conflict in the Asia Pacific region, etc., from the local domestic scale into international scale. After that insightful and interesting discussion, it seems like our participants could really use some refreshment, don't you think, Hara?
Yeah, I totally agree on that one. And no need to worry because before we move into the documentation session, we actually have entered the ice-breaking session. It will only take a while. So this will be a little fun game called Boom and Clap. So please pay attention as Kevin explained the mechanism of the game.
Okay, so I really need you guys to pay really close attention to this because yeah, it's kind of tricky and it's gonna test your focus. So we will have three instructions. We're gonna say the word morning, day, and night. If we say the word morning, you will clap once. If we say the word day, you're gonna clap twice. But if we say the word night, you don't need to clap at all. You got it? At we say night, you don't have to clap at all.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Kevin. If the mechanism is declared clear by our participant, then we do not need to wait any further and we will jump right into it right away. For all of the committees, please stand by and watch all of the participants as they will participate in the game. Okay, we'll start. Morning, day, morning, day, night. Okay. I saw some people over there clapping. We can committee, you may. Okay. We're going to do it one more time. We're just going to test everyone's focus. So for everyone, please pay attention. The instruction will be read again once more. They heard some people just clapping once. It's supposed to be twice. Everyone, day is twice. Day, morning, day, morning, night.
Ah, we got one comedy here. Caught tweaking.
It seems like even our comedies need some drinks. Well, that's it for the ice-breaking session. We will not be taking too much of a time. And not gonna lie, that games was really fun for a short times. We hope all the participants are having some fun as well. And actually, it's very glad to see the participant having smile on their face after the discussion session.
It's correct because it is also refreshing to get to see all of the faces here getting adrenaline rush from this focus testing game. I just hope that we could play this game a little bit more.
Yeah, but I totally agree with you. And thank you so much, everyone, for participating in the ice breaking session. I can now feel the joyful atmosphere once again in this room. But before we end today's panel session and move to the documentation session, we would like to remind you all that there will be an assignment at the end of panel 2, which will be mandatory for all participants to work on it. And moderator, you may open the assignment, please.
Yes. The assignment for the participants.
Okay, we can find the assignment here, and the assignment has actually been explained before by our chief officer, and it can be seen here. It's a final book chapters, and the detail later on of the guidelines and the criteria will also be sent at the end of panel 2. It is to note and to remember that for all participants, we'll need to work on the given assignments.
Okay, thank you, Hara, for the assignment explanation. And ladies and gentlemen, to end this session, please give your foremost applause to our moderator and speaker. Thank you so much to Mr. Suyatno Ladiki and Mr. Martin Hanura for the insightful discussion. And thank you also for Ms. Devi for leading the discussion session. On behalf of the organizing committee, would like to apologize if we have made any mistakes through the event. We hope today's session will be beneficial for all of us. Once again, thank you everyone for gracing our discussion with your presence. We truly appreciate it. I wish you have a nice day and thank you for this session.
Lastly, before we move to the documentation session, in which we hope all of the participants will also participate in the documentation, we want to thank everyone, our moderator, our speakers, and our lecturers that has given the time to attend this event today. Now, before we move to the next panel discussion and the well-awaited break session, let's capture this moment with a documentation. So everyone online, please turn on their camera and give your best smile. And for everyone who are present right now, you may stand up for the documentation session. Thank you.
Yeah, you have 1 minute to prepare, to smile. We will save this moment so we could cherish it for a while.
Okay. For the participant in the back, you may come forward so that all of you can be present in the documentation.
Yeah. Yes. Participants in the back, make sure you could see the camera. Put your best smile.
Okay, everyone, you can feel the empty seats in front so everyone can be seen in front of the documentation. Okay, everyone ready? Settle. 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you
thank
very much. And now for the most awaited moment from the summer course, it's a time for well-deserved 30-minute break. We will reconvene here at maybe at 2:30 p.m. around 30 minutes after this, yeah. We'll reconvene here for more exciting session. Feel free to stretch your legs, grab a snack, and recharge. We'll see you back here soon. Thank
See
you.
you. See you. With this, the 30 minutes break has obviously started, and we will see you again at the online course of IRUD Summer Course 2024. Bye bye.
Saya langsung
Well,
check, check.
check. Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to break and are ready for another
Good afternoon, everyone. I think there's a slight connection problem with the committee. I think we should wait a couple of minutes, maybe 1 or 2 minutes.
Sure. Hello, Mr. Bangkit and everyone else here. We have some trouble for the network. We are trying to fix it right away. So
Yeah.
please wait a minute. Sorry. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Take your time. I know it's very stressing to handle a lot of things at the same time. Yeah, I think we can take another couple of minutes. Dear operator, please unmute your computer. We cannot hear you. Oh, it's turn off your volume, I think. Yes, we can hear you, but you have echo. So either maybe you have to Zoom open or turn off your volume.
Check, check.
Yeah,
Sound.
that's great.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so we will begin with today's topic on the human rights and international humanitarian law, revisiting Israel genocide of Palestine. With the esteemed speaker, Prof. Dr. Muhammad Afandi Saleh from Sultan Zainal Abidin University, and Dr. Ika Riswanti Putranti, IMDAK SHMH from Universitas Diponegoro. There will be 4 agenda for today's panel session, starting from the discussion, the Q&A session, ice breaking, documentation. This session is going to be moderated by Mr. Bangkit Aditya Wiryawan, PhD from Government Studies of Universitas Diponegoro.
Okay, we will now moving on. So Mr. Bangkit Aditya Wirawan, PhD, or shall we refer to him as Dr. Bangkit, is a lecturer in governmental studies at Universitas Diponegoro. He teaches political economy, urban politics, and political negotiation, and also serves as an editor for an academic journal published by the university.
Mr. Bangkit has an extensive list of publication and presentation in peer-reviewed journal and conferences, covering topics such as the impact of special economical zones, global value chain participations, and the role of local government spending on industrial development. He has also co-authored books on the application of technologies and Chinese strategies toward global capital flow. Throughout his career, Mr. Bangkit has received numerous accolades, including being an invited speaker at prestigious university and conferences, and winning award for his researches. He also held position at esteemed institution like Nagoya University, the United Nations Center of Regional Development, and the Ministry of Public Work. I'm honestly very amazed by Mr. Bangkit himself, and he also have some current position that we can refer to right now, such as Mr. Bangkit is right now the managing editor journal Political, or the graduate program of political science in FISIP Undip 2024. He's also Ketua Kantor Urusan Internasional in FISIP Undip 2024.
Okay, so without any further ado, we are now inviting our respectful moderator of this topic. So give a round of applause to Mr. Bangkit Aditya.
All right. Thank you very much for the MC for the nice introduction of myself. And let me introduce me again. My name is Bangkit Wiryawan from the Department of Politics and Government. And today I will be the moderator for the first session. Let me introduce Professor Dr. Muhammad Afandi bin Saleh. He is a professor in international relations, the Faculty of Law and International Relations, University Sultan Zainal Abidin. Good afternoon, Professor. And Professor Afandi bin Saleh, he graduated his PhD from Durham University in 2011 and a master's degree in Lancaster University with a bachelor degree in political science with minor in Islamic revealed knowledge. And today we will talk about revisiting the Israel genocides in Palestine. All right, can you scroll down a little bit to the bottom? And he's the international relations specialist, the lead of parliamentarians for Al-Quds, Istanbul, Turkey, from April to October 2023. So that's last year. And he's previously holds his position as a deputy vice chancellor, students affairs and alumni of the University Sultan Zainal Abidin, and the deputy dean of research and innovation at the same the Faculty of Law and International Relations at the University Sultan Zainal Abidin, 2013 to 2017. He holds a long record in various prestigious positions, and then he's the editorial board for the Journal of International Studies, I think University of Malaysia, right? And Journal of Strategic Studies and International Affairs of the UKM from 2016 and 2022 to present. And without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Saleh. Professor Afandi bin Saleh, are you in with us now? All right, let's wait for Professor Afandi Saleh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blanky. Sorry, maybe maybe Prof. Amadi it's some trouble.
I see. Yeah. Let's wait. Maybe we'll take about 5 or 10 minutes. Please be patient for this. I know this is the first day, and there's a little bit of trouble, but it won't stop us from having a productive session today.
Here's the MC back. I'm Hara and Kevin. So as we're going to wait for our first speaker of the day, perhaps it will not hurt if we're going to ask a little something to our moderator today, which is Mr. Bangkit as well.
Yeah.
So perhaps Mr. Bangkit, will it be
Yeah.
fine if we ask, what do you expect from today's discussion? Because it seems like the topic itself is quite diverse, but also our speaker are very acknowledgeable and they are seems to very be been educated in the topic itself. So do you have any expectation for today's discussion?
Yeah, nothing but a very productive discussion today. We have a distinguished speaker, expert in the field of international relations, specifically in the Middle East and the Palestine. And he holds a very good records of publication and teaching. So meaning that we expect to learn a lot from him. And the development in the Middle East, meaning that in the Gaza area now is still ongoing. Of course, there's a lot of things happening right now. We need the updates. We need the perspective from experts. Me myself, I'm not the expert on this issue, so I would like to facilitate Professor Saleh to give us his perspective, to give us his lecture, so we can discuss today. And of course, after Professor Saleh, we will have Dr. Ika Riswanti Putranti. She's the associate professor and also vice dean of resources at the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Diponegoro, and she will join us for the second session today. So we will have a very good discussion today.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bangkit. So maybe we will hear later from Dr. Ika and Professor Afandi about learning how the situation in the Middle
Yeah.
East, especially regarding Palestine. Okay, we are really excited to hear more from him and her, of course. Is there any from them?
As we've seen that there is not yet any update from our first speaker, we will really highlight the fact that because we have two speakers for today, it means that this topic will be bring in two different perspectives. So it will surely be very interesting, and it surely will be a fun discussion, like have mentioned before by Mr. Bangkit himself. correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, and as we're going to wait for our first speaker, we're going to highlight the fact that all of this discussion doesn't necessarily mean that we're only going to be here and talk about this issue. We have an outcome that we want to achieve, which is the final assignment that has been explained before. Maybe the operator can also play the assignment being shared in the Zoom meeting.
Mhm, mhm.
The assignment that going to be given that has been explained before. So our moderator and our speaker for today will be discussing certain topics that will be very interesting and very educational for everyone. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're only going to be there to educate ourselves on those topics. We have an outcome, goals that we want to achieve, which is by the assignment that first has been explained by our chief officer of the event himself. But here you can find in the description the final project, the guidelines, and the details below that can be found. So we are expecting our participant to attend at the minimum of 4 out of 5 of the event themselves. So they're going to be 5 time discussion separated in 5 different days, and the participants are going to be monitored to join 4 of it. So the final goal, which is the final project, which is was the assignment can be accomplished, which is correct.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I would like to return it back to Kak Kevin.
Okay, thank you so much for the explanation for the assignment. So we just recently remind for all of the participants to do the assignment. That is mandatory, all right? We have seen the guidelines. There are several minimum of word. If I'm not mistaken, it's 1,500 words at minimum. And then you need to check for plagiarism because plagiarism is bad and it's not in academic manner. And in the end, this all of the collection of this assignment will be published as a book chapter, I guess, from the Department of International Relations of Universitas Diponegoro. And then we may observe about the updates on Dr. Ika and Professor Afandi. Are they available?
Okay, so our first speaker, which is Dr. Afandi Saleh, is having internet problem. Therefore, it's quite inconvenient right now, and we do apologize for that. But as we have here, our moderator, our amazing honorable moderator, which is Mr. Bangkit, that has explained before about the perspective that we will be seeing, that we will be discussing regarding the topic itself. Do you have any question regarding that? Because honestly, I'm very intrigued and very excited about this particular topic.
Yes, it is because you know, the Middle East is a diverse region with multiple countries, multiple cultures, and of course, recently we have the Arab Spring in several years back because it's a political upheaval. It's currently ongoing also in the Arab and in the Middle East. Moreover, there's recently updated about the genocide and war happening on Palestinian from the Israeli forces. I think this will be an interesting topic to discuss because we will later see how this conflict, this genocide perspective from an expert, from Professor Afandi and Dr. Rika, especially, they are both are expert in the respective fields.
Exactly. And what will be interesting about today is not only that our speaker is expert in their own field, our moderator is also very aligned to the topic itself. Like we have introduced before that Mr. Bangkit has covering topic impact like the special economic zone and then the global values and participation. Like based from our moderators and then our speaker, everyone are just so in line for today's topic that I just cannot wait for how amazing and interesting it'll be.
Yeah, because they are two expert speakers and one moderator, we will see this issue from a multiple comprehensive perspective. So we'll not judge it by only one perspective. We will hear multiple perspective and we will compare. And I hope that this discussion will bring us to the updates of what happening on political upheavals in the Middle East.
Yes, I totally agree. And as we're going to wait for our speaker, me and Kevin as the MC will please excuse ourselves for a little bit as we will be playing the profile of Visit Undip.
Thank you.
Within the rivered halls of FISIP, inclusivity shines as our guiding light, inviting all with open hearts. In this nurturing sanctuary, every individual finds a place to belong, flourish, and contribute, crafting a home filled with warmth and care. We are river, flowing towards a radiant horizon where every dream is gently fostered. Our journey is driven by unity, the power of our dialogue and mutual respect. As we progress, we open new doors of possibility, shaping a world that is just and welcoming for all. Join us on this path of progress. FISIP Undip Inclusive Campus. Together, let us move forward to unlock a brighter and better future.
Assalamualaikum. Hello.
Waalaikumsalam.
I'm sorry. No, we have a very bad connection
I
just now.
see.
All right.
Yes.
Sorry for waiting.
Yeah, no problem, Professor Afandi Saleh. We have introduced your CV just like 5 minutes ago. So I think we can continue on to Professor Afandi Saleh's presentation regarding the situation in Palestine, especially in Middle East and Palestine. Professor, you have about 30 minutes for your presentation, and then during your presentation, I will gather some questions from the participants, and we can have the second session for question and answers in about maybe 10 to 15 minutes, Professor. Is that okay?
Yes, exactly. All right. Do you have my slides? I think I emailed my slide.
Yes, I think. Okay. All right.
Right. Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me for these sessions. Really, very glad and very happy to be with you all. And I heard this not only Indonesians that participate in this summer course.
Yes.
And congratulations all the participants. Yeah. Right. So for this 15 to 20 minutes, I will share with you about the issue of international law. And I think everybody knows the current scenario in Palestine or in Gaza specifically. The situation is very bad now, and then there is nobody will say there is something something good or something that can be ignored. This is genocide in Palestine now, genocide in Gaza, and it's nearly 1 year. The mass killing is still happening, and then it's more than 40,000 has been killed, and then hundreds of thousands is injured, especially the women, and also children. So we has has a human being, let alone has a scholars and students in international relations. This issue trigger us, to reconsider about the applications of the current international law, yeah, especially on the humanitarian law and also human rights law. And the issue here is about, can you slide? I
Next
wish
slide,
I can
please.
control my slide. Can I
I
control my
think we
slide?
can ask the operator to give control to
Yeah.
Professor Saleh for changing screen. But alternatively, you can just mention and then the operator will help you. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, give me 1 minute. I will try to share screen here. Can I
Okay.
share screen from my laptop?
Yes. So I think
Okay.
the committee operator, can you stop your screen sharing now?
Okay, the Prof. Afandi Saleh has already been co-host.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let me share my screen. All right. Is that okay?
Yes. Yeah. And
Okay. Clear?
not yet. We're waiting for your display screen. Are you using two screens on your sides? I think it goes to the other
Two
monitor.
screen? Two screen?
No,
Let
okay.
me see. Okay, let me close one. Okay, how about this? How about this?
Not sure. We look at your PowerPoint page now, not the intended display screen.
Okay, let me try again. Let me try again. Right. Let me try again.
Yes.
How about this?
Yeah, we are looking at your PowerPoint slides.
The title is Power and Justice in International Law.
Yes. Yes.
All right. All right. Great. All right. The issue is the applications of the international law, and then I think all the international relations, students study and believe that we have set of international law globally, and then it's been used and been applied since centuries, and then there's so many conventions, so many treaties, and then we also inherited this international law from what we call is has a customary law. Is something that is more than 100 years. This kind of law have been used to maintain the stability, or at least create order in international law, or create order globally. But the situations or the current scenario in Gaza, in Palestine, a conflict between Israel and Palestine, show to us that we need to reconsider about the usage, the applications of the current international law. Is it, the law itself is not so strong, it's not effective to be applied, or is something wrong with the with the system of the applications. I mean, the state itself have a something have some issue to apply that international law. Right. So referring to the situations in Gaza now, we have two options only. We have to stop the genocide, and we have to brought justice. Brought the perpetrator of the genocide before the court, the international court, and specifically we referring to the Israeli authorities. Yeah, but since last October last year until it's almost 1 year now, nothing is effectively being done at the international level to stop the war, at least the ceasefire. It's very simple issue here is, we have so many laws, so many, platform that can stop the war, or at least to do ceasefire. But why this war is not like that? It's so difficult to stop, to be stopped. This is the issue, right? So we go to international system. This is very basic of the international order. Yeah, and we have the United Nations. The objective of the United Nations, as you can read here, to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take 1 minute, to take effective quality measures for the preventions and removal of threats to the peace, and for the suppressions of acts of aggressions or other breach the peace, and to bring about of justice and international law, adjustments or settlements of international disputes or situations which might lead to a breach of the peace. These are very fundamental of the establishments of the creations of the United Nations. And then since the creation of United Nations, these platforms have been used by all countries, all states to maintain the international order. But with regard to the issue of the Israel-Palestine issue, is some kind of like there's a two set of rules with regard to the conflict. Yeah. So many scholars now rethink about the current scenario, give some bad impressions of the usage of the international law. Right. Well, I go to the right first. Michael Link, Special Rapporteur of Human Rights in Palestine.
Wait, we are still on the first slide of your presentation. I think
still the first slide?
Yeah, still the first slide. Can you bring us to the third or fourth slide?
This is right. What appears in your slide now? In
The
your
title slide.
First slide.
Yeah. Yes.
Not the spirit of laws. No.
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, what happened? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Let me see what we can do.
Yes, we are now on the second slide.
Second slide now?
Yes, right.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah, international security system.
All right. Okay, that's great. Right. This is the third slide now, the spirit of laws. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I go to the right photos, the Michael Link, the Special Rapporteur of Human Rights in Palestine, 2016-2022. He says, since the origins of the questions of Palestine, international law in Palestine has been much closer to power rather than justice. So it gives us some new dimensions of international law, especially on the human rights or humanitarian. if we discuss about the situation in Gaza or in Palestine, it's about humanitarian, it's about humanity, yeah, it's about human rights, right of the people of Palestine. And then we can compare that. I say earlier, is something wrong with the system. When the conflict uh, took place in other parts of the world, the United Nations Security Council immediately tried to resolve the issues and using their power and authority to stop the war, or at least the ceasefire. But what's happened in Palestine is closer to 70 years. Is still the conflict is still there, and it shows the dimensions of international law is in two divisions. One is a power, and the other one is justice. Of course, international law talks about justice, but states talks about power, right? Okay, go to the first photos. Charles Montesquieu, what he said in 18th century, the international law is a science which explains to kings. Kings means the leader of the countries, how far they can violate justice without damaging their interests. All right. So this is show to us that the current issue international law, especially with regard to the Israel and Palestine conflict, is something is that show the Western's interest versus the justice of the non-Western countries. This is the issue now. This is why we're going to discuss. Right, and then this is something that we already read it or already seen in global news that when the war started in 7 October, on 27 October, the United Nations General Assembly voted, yeah, about ceasefire, and then the majority voted for ceasefire, but it's no ceasefire, yeah. And this in 12 December, 2 months or 3 months after that, the United Nations General Assembly, had session voting again, and then the result shows that the increased number of states that in favor for the ceasefire, which is the against all those the countries that they say that proceed carry on the war, the aggressions against Gazan people. Only 10 countries. And we can see that the European countries, only two European countries that supported the war, which is Czech Republic and Austria, and the rest are U.S. and United States, and then there are some other the small countries in Pacific Oceans and also in Africa. I showed to you the U.S. equivalent to Liberia. Liberia is just a small country. It's not Liberia is nobody is nobody knows about the this country, economically or politically, but the weight of the Liberia equivalent to United States with regard to the Gaza war, right? And this is the quite important, very important vote at the United on April 2024, when the United Nations votes or the voted symbolically in favor of Palestinian membership, and the majority of the members of the United Nations voted pro or for the Palestinians membership in the United Nations, and you can see the countries that against Palestinians is decreasing from 10 to 9. Before that, 20, right? So the scenario is very overwhelming that the countries see especially because of the media, because of the new media now, the social media, and the countries show their support for the Palestinian and knows what happening on the ground. There is a mass killing there. There is a breaches of international law, and they show their sympathy to the Palestinian. But again, because we have the system of the United Nations, yeah, this is you also can see there, in favor of state of Palestine in the green color, we can see the world now. The world is with Palestine, but those against Palestine is just small countries. You see the Papua there on the right, and the small country on the Pacific Oceans, and also in Africa, and the rest in America, and also Latin America. Yeah. So the world is with Palestine now. The world is in favor of Palestine. The world want to stop the war. The world want to ceasefire. But why justice? Why this this war is still taking place, is still happening in Gaza now, right? And with regard to the when we talk about war in the world, we're talking about the humanitarian law. So all the law about the Geneva Convention on Humanitarian Law, they give all the answer how to stop the war, especially at the United Nations. But because of the superpower there, the Americans, dominate the United Nations and the veto power, they not follow the majority of at the United Nations that in favor of the Palestine. And we can see now we're talking about democracy, but there's no democracy at the United Nations. There's humanitarian law. But with regard to the human rights law, in the red color, you can see the country that breached the human rights law is Israel. Is the highest, the highest breaches of international law since 1948 or 1950 is Israel, the red color. So it shows to in one hand about we discuss about international humanitarian law, about the war of law, the law of war, the superpower, have a two set of law. They are biased to Israel. They are supporting Israel, those who breach the international humanitarian law. And at the other hand, when we talk about human rights, when the Western power, the European power, the American superpower also discuss about human rights. They talk every day about human rights. But when it comes to the Israeli issues, which is since 1948 against the human rights and the breaches all sort of law of human rights, and until today is the highest breaches of international human rights law until today. But there is no consequences. There is no, they don't want to stop it, and it is still happening until today. Yeah. This is about United Nations, the veto at the United Nations. All right. U.S. vetoes protecting Israel. There is from 1954 until 2023, there's 34 vetoes, for Israel, on behalf of Israel, to protect Israel. Though Israel against, breach of kind of Geneva Convention on Humanitarian Law or international human rights law, all kind of international human rights law that I showed to you on the red color of the graph, the highest breaches of international human rights law. But the United States, use their veto power to protect Israel, whether on humanitarian, whether against humanitarian or against human rights law. Yeah. And then this is very basic. When on the 9th December 2023, US veto United Nations resolution on humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. This is humanitarian ceasefire. I mean, they want to stop for a while to give, the corridor for humanitarian, to give a pathway for the humanitarian aids to enter Gaza. Still, the United Nations, the United States veto the United Nations resolutions. Yeah. So why this? Why this is something that we cannot explain verbally. Why United States behave this I don't know what to say. It's more than animal for me. It's more than animal. This is killing happening and then we was just to give to stop for a while to give humanitarian, to give some medical aids, some food, but still they don't want to accept it. Okay, they stop it. They using veto, right? And then it shows the double standard. Of course, we discussed about the double standard when their interest, you know, is when something either is about humanity, is about human right, but when it comes to national interest against their national interest, they show their bias, they show their double standard, right? And then we also have the two courts also not functioning well. And then we have ICJ, International Court of Justice, and we have the International Criminal Court. And I think the two courts, two world courts, ICJ and ICC, we can see that both courts try to bring justice, yeah, about the Israel, but also it's not properly done until today because of the superpower, control, or probably um, try to give their how to say this, probably the, the worst word is they try to blackmail these two forum or these two courts. Is ICC, for the last 2 or 3 months tried to give arrest warrants, but until today the warrant is still not, it's not, officially declared by the court. And then if you follow ICC website ICC, you can see so many arrest warrants from the for the for the African leaders and also Arab leaders. But when it comes to Israel, they hesitate, or they try to ignore these arrest warrants. Yeah, and this is the current scenario. Yesterday, this Francisco Albanese is the special rapporteur for Palestinians, the new special rapporteur. He said Israel will become a pariah over Gaza genocide, and he says that there is double standards now among the countries, especially the Western power. Then they say this, if still this scenario is continue, and then it shows to us about the double standard of for the application of the international law. Right. So my point is try to show to us that if we give our hope to the international law, then we will be frustrated. Yeah, because we can see the perpetrator of the genocide is still not to be brought to before the court, and then the justice is not there. Even we're talking about the justice to bring the medical or the food to the Gazan people also cannot be delivered by the United Nations. So at the we can see that this issue is this touch our humanity. When the law says that even during the war, food, medical should be allowed to be brought to the place, to the conflict area. But because America don't want to do that, they use all the powers to stop all this humanitarian assistance. Right. So what is our what is our role now when the law cannot be used or useless now? What we can do? So I try to bring this how to say this way forward for us as scholars in international relations and also student in international relations, that we still have some work to do, and some hope to be uh, achieved through our roles in our institutions. So when the state failed to maintain the peace in one place, especially in the Gaza issues, I believe we has a, you know, uh, a community of the world, a person of the world, I mean, has a warga dunia, yeah, uh, should play our role to bring the peace in Palestine. So I try to show to us that the realism in international relations, we're talking about realism theory, you know, is happening now. How this the superpower use their power to stop the justice, and we can see the theory of liberalism, when the existence of the nations is purely because of liberalism, when the state cooperate to bring justice, to create peace in the world. Now the United Nations also fail to do their, you know, their mandate, their objective. The nation fail to bring peace, yeah, in Gaza. So there is, in both theory shows they fail to bring justice. They fail to maintain the peace. So I try to project the new. It's not new actually. It's a social constructivism under the dimensions of theory of international relations, that believe that when the ideas is you know, everybody believe in something, and share their ideas, we can bring justice to the world, and we can bring peace to the world. So this social constructivism, we as a human being try to, you know, believe something that we can create peace if we can unite together, but believe that the ideas of the peace is not belongs to the state now, and not belongs to the institutions, but we as a human being, we can use the media social now, we can use all those platform that we can promote justice, and sooner or later, inshallah, the peace will take place in Gaza. So social constructivism talking about the individual role, the NGO's role in the world, yeah, that have the same belief, similar ideas, and we share together, and we can we can pressure the government, the state, to take the action. And if you follow the American now, the American society now, you know, especially at the university level, they are more and more concerned about the issue in Palestine, mainly because of social media. And then this is the first time in the history of the US when the students in the universities, at the university, especially at the Ivy League university, you know, they do demonstrations, they are supporting Palestine against Israel. Yeah, it's something new for them, mainly because of, I say, social media, and then they give the pressure to the government, and we can see these are out the current battle between Kamala and Trump for the presidential elections. You know, they give some impact for that election. The students' role, the media, the society's role. Yeah, and at our level, I think in Malaysia, Indonesia, and other ASEAN countries, especially, we can do our role when, if our students or scholars, or professor, or lecturers, share similar belief that we have to stop this war. We have to stop the aggression and pressure. You know, use our responsibility and authority in the class, in any place, to show our support, and to show and to give some pressure to the authority that we need to do something. So this is even the United Nations expert call on international community to prevent genocide against the Palestinian people. They are calling they are calling the international community, including us, yeah, to prevent genocide. We have to do our role. When the states at the international system cannot stop the war, or when the international organizations such as United Nations or other international organization cannot stop the war, we as individual or community, we should play our role to stop or to prevent the genocide to continue. Yeah. And then this is what we can see now: the civil society and NGO boycott, apartheid, and also, you know, at the universities, and also other parts of the world, they use their community, they use their society or NGO, civil society, to prevent the further genocide in Gaza, right? So, and then we have so many example how the Rwanda genocide and apartheid in South Africa has been stopped or ended because of a civil society. It's not the state. It's not the international organization. It's the society that share similar belief and also share similar ideas. They share together and then do their job. They create some momentum to stop the genocide in Rwanda and also apartheid. So we have a two good cases, good case study that how the Rwanda genocide and apartheid in South Africa has been stopped or ended because of the civil society. We as the people of the world, we stop the genocide and we stop the apartheid. And I believe that the globalization of the Malaysian and Indonesian NGO, we should take a part to do communications, connection, and influence. And beside we using all this platform at the international level or at the national level, but we still have to communicate how we can share the belief and ideas so that the war can be stopped or can be ended. Right. Right. So this is all, my presentations. I believe, this is something not really complicated, but it really straightforward to understand. Genocide is happening now, and the international law cannot be applied or is useless or fail, to be applied, and the international organization also cannot do anything because of the veto power at the United Nations. We do have, and now we only have a civil society. We have people like us, lecturers, students like you all, that we can share the similar belief, share similar ideas to do something on our part at our places or our place. So we have a two good studies, two good cases, how the civil society like us can stop the war, Rwanda cases and also apartheid. Both are because of NGOs, because civil society movement, because of students who share similar belief, and also we share similar agenda to stop that wars, and it ended the wars. So we have another new responsibility now to stop the war in Gaza, to stop genocide in Gaza, and we should discuss about the ideas, discuss the belief, how to stop this genocide to continue, and then hopefully the war will be ended soon, inshallah. That's all from me. I'm very sorry because of connection issues just now.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Afandi Saleh, for your insights regarding the recent development, the war in Gaza involving the Palestinian people carried out by Israel, and then also members of international community. We have learned that most of the international community, the countries, they are condemning this Israelis' attack on Gaza. But so far, we are still maybe still trying to observe what would this result to. I think one of the quotation from the Albanese saying that the UN expert on this issue, saying that Israel will be a pariah state over this Gaza issue, on how they handle the situation very poorly. But we are now in the Q&A part. We will spend the next 10 to 15 minutes. So I would like to see if any participants want to raise your hand to ask the question to the speaker. Let me wait for about 1 minute. We already have several questions in the chat box, but I want to wait. If you have any question that you want to say directly to Prof. Afandi Saleh,
If you allow me, I will be asked directly from Professor Fandi Saleh.
Yeah, this one is from wait, I'm trying to find your question here.
No, I have not tried the question.
Oh,
I will
yeah,
be
yeah.
asked
All right.
directly. Yeah.
In Zaman.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for the presentation regarding to Palestine issue. My name is Muhammad Inzamam Khan. I belong to Pakistan. Currently, I'm pursuing my master at University of Indonesia. So I have question related to the Palestinian issue in the context of, I will be say it in the United Arab context. So why they do not support the Palestinian rights if we saw it nowadays, the relationship of them is too close with Israel, America, and they do not have any stance, maybe a geopolitical stance to show to the world that we are supporting Palestine in their rights. But they do not support. They do not have any support to Palestinian people. So how you see this stance of Arab countries?
Right. Thank you, Muhammad Izama Khan. Yeah, it's very good questions. He's talking about the Muslim world. I think we have to understand about the geopolitics now. Yeah. When the Western power, they have the core countries that support the system or supports all these Western countries. They have United States of America has the core superpower behind the European power or Western power, and for probably we can say about communist power or socialist power, they have a core countries like China, right, that can support anything to do with the socialist program or agenda. They have the core power there. They have core country there. But for the Muslim countries, and then also they have the Russia. And for the Muslim countries, we have the issue of who is the core countries that can support or at least prevent any issues that deems give back impact to Muslim countries. In those times, we have that we say that we have the Khilafah system. Yeah, and there's a core countries that support. If anything goes wrong with the countries or Muslim countries, this country like Ottoman power. Before this is Ottoman Caliphate, they use all their authority and power to stop anything against the Muslim country or small Muslim countries. But this is the very issue. The geopolitics of Muslim, we lack of the core countries that, and we say the Saudi is not the core countries now, and Turkey probably, but Turkey also they have the issues with the Western dominant power. Yeah, so this is a very big issue that we probably can discuss. But I think since until the the collapse of Ottoman Empire, we still have the issue who is the core power for the Muslim countries. Yeah, UAE have Saudi have a problem with Turkey, and then sometime and then Turkey also have some problem with Egypt. So there is no consensus. We have OIC, yeah? We have OIC, but OIC cannot play their roles to stop the war, and then let alone what happened, as you said, Saudi or the Arabs country that close to Gaza now they cannot do anything because of their lack of power, their lack of probably lack of political power or political will to stop the war. And I think a small country like Malaysia, Indonesia, we are more concerned about what is happening in Gaza now, and we try to at least to help the Gazan people, as much as we can, including Pakistan, of course. Yeah, so we have to bring these issues here together. I believe that the we have to create one core power from the Muslim countries. probably Turkey. I'm not sure, but we have to discuss about this. Yeah, that we have to leave, you know, behind our nationalism. Yeah, it's not only about nationalism; it's also about ummah now. Yeah, so I can answer your questions. You
Yeah,
know,
I think so, Professor. From the your talk, I've got the point that currently we are facing, we do not have unity as a whole, as a Muslim world. That
yeah,
we are facing divide rules. So
yeah,
I think so. That's the main reason that we do not have any clear stance, especially the Muslim Arab world. They do not have any clear
yeah,
stance
yeah,
regarding to Palestinians. They are more supporting Israel and
yeah.
American diplomacy.
Yeah.
So
I think
that's the problem. Yeah,
Qatar
Qatar
doing
also.
a
Yeah,
very good, efforts to stop the war,
Mm.
and now the Egypt also now play the role, but we hope more than that. We hope more than that. Yeah.
Yes.
yeah. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Professor.
Brother Muhammad. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you, Brother
Thank
Muhammad.
All right. Thank you very much, In Zaman. I will read the question. First, let me
Yeah.
ask Ida Bayu, Arya Yoga, are you here with us? Would
Yeah,
you
I'm
like to
here. I'm
ask
here,
your question?
Mr.
Yes,
Mark.
you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can ask your question if you want.
Okay. Maybe I will directly.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bangkit, and thank you, Mr. Prof. Afandi Saleh. Okay, my name is Ida Bagus Aryoga Barata. I am postgraduate student in Magister of Environment Management, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Singaraja, Bali, from Indonesia. I have two questions. Maybe first is related to Palestine genocide and what Prof. Afandi Saleh implies that international law is like it doesn't work. Gitu. So my question is, um, and you said something that about power. So my question is, does the law naturally obey the interests of those who have greater power? And maybe that's my question. My second question is maybe it's humanitarian in general, but it's focused on some sector. Uh, as we know, the humanitarian crisis indicated by human rights violations, right? Is a problem that is still unresolved. Perhaps because the human instincts toward power and welfare of individual or groups, in the case such Israel, as we Mr. Prof. Fandi Saleh explained. What we know that is not only in Palestine, Rohingya, Rwanda, and the Syrian war, and many more, but also spreading to such specific sector, especially energy transition, such as cobalt mining in Congo, that we know young people go to mining work there. Also copper mining in Chile, nickel mining in Indonesia that impact the sea, the ocean, already impact the environment, even human who work there where life are at stake. So this is my raise to questions of how international law has implication for company, because as we know, international companies also have their hand in the apa, uh, impact in the humanitarian crisis, especially in the sector gitu. That collaborate with, especially when they collaborate with the government of a country through apparatus such as the police and army to oppress local people both directly and indirectly. How can the company, especially international company and local or national company, as we know, they are also have a violation there, and the governments of a country also be subject to punishment? Maybe this is my question to the
Yeah.
Prof.
Yeah, your first question is about, is very direct to my presentation. Is about power and justice. We can see that when it comes to power, is more trivial than justice. In the national interest of the United States and European power is prevails. They are though I mentioned about they are the most how to say this, the most who focus and talks about about democracy, but it's no democracy in United Nations. They're talking about peace. They're talking about human rights. There is no human rights in the in the world that when the world is deems not on their interest. Yeah, they support those the country, the Israel who breaches all kind of human rights law. I show to you the graph of the breaches, the highest breaches of international human right laws, and United States still support this country. So it's a power justice. We can see there's Western dominance. Yeah, and with regards to the international environmental law, yeah, and it's same thing. My master of law in international environmental law. I'm studying about the hazardous waste trade. The hazardous waste trade that took place in 1990s, and then probably before that, when the industrialized countries or the Western countries, yeah, or the first world or developed countries, because of the industrializations, they produce so many waste, and they cannot dump their waste in their country because of the laws, or because of the environmental issues or health issue. If they dump in the countries, and then we give bad impact, side effect to their peoples, to the citizens, yeah, in their countries. So they export all these hazardous waste, the toxic waste, to the developing countries in Africa, in Asia, yeah. And then in 1995, there is a Basel Convention that stopped the hazardous waste trade took place, and because the developing country needs money, yeah, they accept it. But because, and then there's Basel Convention that stopped this hazardous waste trade, then it's over now. So it's same thing to other place, other issue on environmental law that give bad result or bad impact to our health, as you said, yeah, and also to economy. They'll we use the law as long as the law is not against their economic interests or their national interests. This is for sure. Yeah, this is what happened in Africa now. All these mining issues in copper or diamonds or other minerals or other irons or whatsoever, gold, they will still continue, and the owner of the mining is mostly for the Western countries or Western corporations. Yeah. So what I can say here is there is a disparity. There is the two set of law, yeah, between the Western power and non-Western power. Yeah. When the interest, the Western interest is there, they use the law, yeah, accordingly. But when it's against their interest, they will ignore the laws, and it's still happening now. So that's why my point is here is we need the civil society. Our people, we have the idea, the belief that we should unite, at least in terms of ideas and belief, that the Western dominance has to be stopped, because they are the perpetrator of the injustice in the world. Yeah, when we talk about the Gaza issues, we're talking about genocide. But what happened in Africa now, all the mining issue, yeah, all these resources of the African power is dominated by the Western corporations, and then cannot be stopped because of they are backup. The countries like US or Western countries, the backup they are supported these multinational corporations. But that's why I believe, because of the social media that we have now is I think this a gift from the God. Yeah, we have social media. We can use it properly to stop this injustice. I think this is short answer that I can give to you. Thank you, Ida Bagus. Yeah, area Georgia Barata.
Yes, thank you very much. And we have last two questions. I will call for Emmanuel Francesca. Are you here?
Yes, I'm
Then
here.
after that, we will go to Alfiandi. Okay. Okay, Emanuela, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bangkit, for the opportunity. Also, thank you very much for the amazing presentation, Professor Afandi Saleh. I really liked your notion about the power-centered theme in our current international system. But My main question is, what is your opinion and how do you foresee the future of our international system, considering that, first of all, there is definitely a shift in power from Western powers to Eastern powers, especially considering the rise of China, the rise of India, and to some extent Indonesia. Will that mean that countries like us will have more political bargaining power in the near or far future to actually assert in or participate in conflict mediation or conflict resolution? And secondly, do you actually think that conventional international organization will decrease in relevance and countries will actually prefer engaging in collaboration in regional alliances or bilateral or trilateral collaboration instead of relying solely on, for example, United Nations that in these past few decades have been proven very ineffective in mediating international conflict and maintaining world peace? I guess that'll be my question. Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Professor.
thank you, Francisca. It's very, quite difficult questions to me to answer. Yeah, let me try. Um, well, for me, I believe that nothing forever in this world. Yeah, and we can see if we study history, all this empire, all this dominance country or superpower, they come and go. There is their timeline. They after some time will collapse. Yeah, so I believe all the America is for me is at the branch of power now. They going if you can see the how to say the graph, they are slowly go down now. Yeah, but the issue is that other countries also go down together with them. Yeah, so I believe in the future, US we will no longer a superpower. I mean, you speak about the rise of the other power, China breaks, and probably the ASEAN power. At one time, ASEAN was over a superpower. We're talking about Genghis Khan. We're talking about this region also one of the superpower. And then a few decades after that, the power shifted to the Europe, and in the Asia, in the Middle East also. Once we have this Pact Islamica, when the Muslim Muslim power become the dominance power in the world. So and then after that it shifted to other power. Yeah. So it comes and go. Yeah, and then they have the lifespan. Yeah, and I believe the Western dominance also have a last span, and the issue is who going to to replace that superpower. And then we as a small nations like Malaysia, Indonesia, can we lead or can we be part of that the new superpower? How to be part of that geopolitics, to play our role. I think this is the room that for us to discuss. Yeah, that the shifting power from the western to the east is kind that imminent. I think is going to happen someday, sooner or later. But how we can prepare as a students and lecturer, how we can prepare to become, the country or the power that replace the current superpower now. Yeah. So as a society, we need to you know to take part in this process. All the superpower is not only about economic superpower or military superpower, but the society also have the level of educations that lead or can be considered higher than others. So for us, Malaysia and Indonesia, to be part of superpower, or not only the country, but we're talking about the collaborations, talking about the coalitions of superpower, we should have a society that the level of education is higher than others, the higher than Western power, Western society. Yeah. For me, that's why I'm talking about social constructivism. I believe that we can be part of superpower, yeah, And we once was a world superpower before at the regional level, because of level of educations that make us, higher than others. So for Indonesians, for Malaysians, so for Thailand's, for Pakistan, in order to become part of superpower, we need a society that a level of education higher than others. That's a must. That's a prerequisite. Yeah. And for your second question is, I almost forgot about second question. Can you repeat?
My second question, it kind of correlates with the first question, but it implies more towards, do you think that the world will transition more towards bilateral, trilateral, or regional alliances, and they will depend less on conventional institutional organizations like the UN, which in the past decade, it has been proven to be ineffective, and trust towards United Nations have been reducing significantly these past few decades. Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, nation states, we are in the Westphalian system, whereby the states, play a major role at the international system or international level. The Westphalian system, a new system, is just 400 years old, of 400 years old. Yeah. Before that, we have the different system with different so-called state system or empire system. Yeah. And as I mentioned, probably there is no longer the state system like Westphalian system. It can be collapsed. It can be collapsed. Yeah. And before that, we have a kind of empire. We can offer, a different system, the different so-called the stick system as compared to Westphalian system. Yeah. So I believe there's nothing forever in this world. Yeah. But for time being, I still believe that still state can play their major role in the current political system or current international system. Yeah. And then I'm interested with your points about the NGO, the international organizations, civil society, as I mentioned now, civil society organizations. I think the next major player will be the civil society organizations. Yeah, they can be a pressure to the international organization or even the international system. So how we can exploit the civil society organization or civil society movement to change the world. Yeah, to change the world. And I believe that this is in terms of the 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 power of the society like us. We can use it at the civil society organizations. Yeah, when all the intellectual students, yeah, involved in the civil society organization, it creates a difference. So I will suggest for all of us involved in civil society organization or civil society movement, it's no silo, it's no individual roles now. Yeah. So we have to participate in civil society organization. It will become a new player at the international level after this. That's all my answer.
Yeah, thank you very
Very
much,
much.
Manuela, for your question. And lastly, I would like to call Alfiandi. You have three questions, but I think we can only respond to two. Can you ask your questions? We have only 5 minutes to go.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Bangkit. I also want to appreciate Prof. Afandi for his presentation earlier. It's very insightful for me. My name is Muhammad Afandi. I'm a first year international relations student from the Ponegoro University. And my question is, in what ways have political leaders on both sides exploit the conflict for personal or political gain? And what are the consequences of such action? Secondly, how have economic interests such as arms sales and resource control perpetuate the conflict, and who benefits financially from the ongoing violence? That's all my question. Thank you.
Yeah, the Western dominance has been created because of based on economic reasons. If you follow the industrial the Western dominance, these countries develop because of the strong economic background. Yeah, we have the mercantilism. They have the exploitations of the slavery system. Yeah, slavery, trade slave, their colonizations, yeah, imperialism. All this because of mainly because of economic reason. They took the rob or the resources from other countries and brought back to their countries and enriched their country. And now they become very powerful because of the economic prosperity of their countries. But sooner or later, all these resources will be depletions. Yeah, that's why I believe the economy is no longer play a significant role in the future. Yeah, if you follow the discussions now, we're talking about ideas and belief, how these ideas and belief intellectual can, can create a new dimensions of the superpower after this. Yeah, so and we can see this the if you follow the economic development of the Western dominance, now they are declining now. Now US currency is now, the value of US currency, is the hard currency is declining now. And at the same time, the countries in the east, in Africa, we still have resources actually that we can be used to enhance, strengthen our country. Yeah. So how we can use our countries, the resources of our country, to stabilize or to be used, for the benefits of the people. Yeah, or of the country, not for the Western dominance. Yeah. So my premise is the Western dominance will be collapsed someday, when the political system is not stable, when the economic prosperity is declining, and the next so-called power will be the country that who the country that who have uh, you know the people or the citizens who are intellectual and educated, for me. So we have to prepare for that. And for the last few centuries, how this Western country, they deprive, yeah, they subjugated our education level, yeah, to become that's why we see they are more than us, they are more powerful, they are more intellectual than us. Whereas we had more than that. We can challenge intellectually, if compared to their intellectual. So how to prepare this? So for me, is education is everything. Yeah, we have to start from that, then, and the rest, it comes after that, inshallah. That's my answer.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we run out of time. We only have
Yeah.
1 minute left to go. So I would like to thank Professor Afandi Saleh for coming
Welcome.
to the summer course program of the International Relations Department of Universitas Diponegoro. Of course, we would like to extend our gratitude, and also, if possible, we would like to reach you out for another cooperation, collaborations in another project. And hopefully, if now we do it online, next time we will try to do it in person in Semarang to welcome you. If possible, I would like to ask that to the committee, and hopefully, thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah, most welcome. We can collaborate so many ways, inshallah.
Yes,
No?
inshallah. Thank you very much. So let's give a big round of applause to Professor Afandi Saleh. And with this, I will close first session of the second day, the first day, second session. And we will meet in about 3 minutes. We will have a short break, and the operator will take care. So please, the moderator and MC. Thank you very much. See you.
Welcome.
Bye-bye.
Assalamualaikum, and
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Prof.
see you again, inshallah.
See you.
All right, for everyone here, we're gonna move to ice breaking and we are waiting for the MC. Since the second speaker still hasn't already joined with us, so we're gonna wait for a minute. All right, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, comedy, for the help, and thank you so much to Mr. Bangkit for the leading the panel discussion, and also thank you so much to our previous speaker. Oh my God! Also, I really cannot wait for the further discussion with Mrs. Ika Risnawanti Putrianti.
Okay, before we are gonna wait for her to come to the Zoom meeting, we will gonna play some game for the audiences. I hope that you guys could follow because this game is really interesting, and I guess you really need some refreshment because the previous session was really on fire. It's a lot of discussion, is it?
Is it totally? That's why before we jump into the ice breaking session, please to everyone give applause once again to Professor Dr. Muhammad Afandi Saleh.
Hey, because we are gonna wait for the second speaker to share their perspective on this issue, we might as well to play a little bit game while waiting her, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think some refreshment wouldn't hurt, don't you think so, Gavin?
Yeah, because could we really just start to the instruction for the game?
Yes.
Okay, so the instruction will be we will showing you a blind map of a country right in the Zoom. You could see on the shared screen. We share a image of famous landmark. You need to pay really close attention, and then we're gonna say 1, 2, 3, and whoever guesses the country right in the chat box, of course, you could raise their hand on Zoom. Okay,
Okay.
so you're gonna answer on the chat box. The fastest one gets to answer. If you're right, you get a point. If not, someone else can try. I hope you got the instructions well.
Okay, as we can see on the screen here, the host shall reveal the answer. So, as you guys going to guess which is the country, so the game name is Guess the Country. So, as you're going to guess the country in the chat box, the next slide will be the committee revealing the actual country that you guys supposed to be able to guess. So, the participant who guesses the most countries correctly will be crowned as the champion of the ice breaking.
Okay, maybe we should start the game right away. Okay, you could see on the screen what's the country. It's look peculiar shape. I could see some koala and kangaroo there. If anyone could answer it.
Koala, kangaroo. I think this one is a bit. It's not very tricky. This one, eh?
Yep. You could
Okay.
answer on the chat box. You
Type
could
it
see.
right away in the chat box, as the committee will be checking the chat box for who answered the fastest, but also the correct one. Committee, please remember to write it down. Okay, the one named Alfiandi got the right answer first.
Okay.
Okay,
We're gonna
committee.
move on to the next country because it's not just one country we're gonna guess. It's a lot.
Let's reveal this country first. Okay,
Okay.
we want to remind the audience to not raise your hand but type it in the chat box. Please reveal the country, operator. Okay.
Australia it is. You know that peculiar building over there. You could see the Sydney Opera House because a fun fact from Australia that the word selfies believed originated in Australia from 2002. Okay, maybe we could move on to the next country. Where we going? Oh, this country, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, there's that stamp over there. Yeah, you could guess right away that country.
I think this is a country that a lot of people knows. I think it's a well-known country.
Yes,
What do
of
you
course.
think, Kevin?
Oh, I saw a bald eagle and the Capitol building over there. And the previous speaker also mentioned about this country,
Yeah, this country,
specifically on the elections.
it plays a lot of roles in the global political world.
Yes, this little country, not so little country, could really make a turnover in the world, whether it's positive or negative. You could really guess it right away. Is there anyone got it right?
Committee, may we reveal the actual answer? Oh my God, another one for Alfiandi.
Okay,
That's
Alvin,
so
you got it
amazing.
right. Okay, so what's the country? You go to the next slide. It's the United States of America. America.
So fun fact, the Statue of Liberty, as shown in the picture, was a gift from France to the US to commemorate the centennial of American independence. So it's actually a gift from another country. That's really amazing, operator. You may next. Okay, okay. This is interesting.
Challenging.
This is interesting.
But I saw a few hints over there. I could see a mummy. I could see a cat, like in jewels, in gold.
Yeah. I think this is another country that have pyramids as a lot of their ancient history.
Yeah, I could really guess by the cat and the mummy. I could really think of a country with a lots of pyramids.
Okay,
Has
committee.
anyone got it right?
Oh my God, another point for Alfiandi.
Okay, we could see the next.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, please reveal the country, everyone.
it is Egypt. Yes, Alfiandi got it right again. Congratulations. But don't lose focus because we will guessing a few more countries.
Okay, we want to remind that everyone as a participant can participate in this game. The next slide, please. Oh, Kevin. Oh, Kevin, I love this
what's
one.
this? Oh, there's pizza over there. And the Leaning Tower. Ooh, that's
The
tilted,
link,
right?
the pizza kind of give it away right away, I say.
Okay.
Okay, I don't think this one will take long, so committee. Okay, we got another point for Muhammad Izaman, who guessed correctly.
Italy. Okay.
Operator,
What's the answer? Is it? Yeah, it's Italy.
the
Whoa.
pizza give it away, as I
Yes.
say. So, fun fact, Italy, cats were highly revered in ancient Egypt and were often. Okay, fun fact for Italy, another one. Um,
Okay, so
Okay.
quick fact about Italy, because Italy is a large country. It's the remains of the ancient Roman Empire, where it contains also the smallest country in the world is inside Italy. But inside Rome, there's a country that we will guess later on, because it's in the game. Okay, for this one. Ooh, that is so peculiar in shape.
okay, this one's a bit tricky. I'll say
Yep.
this one is tricky.
Yeah.
But honestly, you guys can guess it from the world map itself. If you're good with geography, you're good with this game.
Yes. We could see bread, roti in the left of the screen, but what's that shape of the island?
Okay, guys. So apparently there is two dominant answer within the chat box. What was it, Kak Kevin?
There's a chat in the chat box. There's answer of Pakistan and the Netherlands. So I guess we could just reveal the answer.
1, 2, 3.
It's Pakistan. Who got it? Pakistan right? Gonna need that. Okay.
Okay. Another point for Muhammad Izaman. The fun fact. So Pakistan is famous for its vibrant and colorful truck art, which adorn trucks and other vehicles across the country. Okay, such an artistic country Pakistan is. Next slide, please.
Whoa, this
Okay,
country.
this is come on, you guys.
Come on.
Come on, come on. Come on.
That statue of the Redeemer.
I think a lot of world-class football player came from this country, and it's like a well-known fact. Has anyone guessed it correctly, committee? Okay, another point for Muhammad Alfiandi.
Yay, congrats. Oh, but that the game doesn't end there.
That's already 4 points.
Another fun fact for Brazil is someone on the internet actually used, oh, that's Brazil. The fun fact is that someone on the internet once used Brazil's flag because they cannot find a green flag emoji on their phone. And then another fact is Brazil is home to approximately 60% of the Amazon forest, the largest rainforest on Earth, filled with incredible biodiversity.
Okay, we're almost there. Next one, please. Oh no, this is tricky. No, this is fun.
Tricky. I'm not sure if that around that is waters or land.
Mm.
Ooh. You could see a lion there, a lion emblem on the right of your screen, holding a sword. Just, if only I know what country it is.
I think it's a very small country and maybe the smallest in the world.
Yes, sort of.
We have a lot of religious significance, so that's where you guys going to start from. Has anyone guessed it correctly, committee? This one is quite hard. Okay, so people are saying Sri Lanka.
Oh, someone says Sri Lanka. So could we just reveal the answer? Whoa, right, Sri Lanka.
Okay, has it comes to an end? So that was the last part of the game. That was the last question, and that was the last country. So maybe, Kevin, you can read the fun fact for Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka is one of the few places in the world where you can still witness the traditional practice of still fishing, where fishermen perch on stilts in the shallow waters to catch fish.
That's a lot of fish. So as the committee, we will start calculating for the winner. Is it ready? The winner is ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the winner will be the one who guesses the most country and got it right.
Get the
So-
drum roll ready, please. And
Muhammad
Inzamam.
Inzamam.
So
Got it right. Yay. Ooh,
okay.
near miss.
Won by 1 point ahead.
That's really a close call.
Seems like everyone really is interested in international relations studies.
Yep. I hope they are passionate in learning that they like. So, thank you for playing this game because that the second speaker of this session has already come to the Zoom meeting room. We would like to give back the floor to Mr. Bangkit to start and control the whole presentation with the speakers. Mr. Bangkit, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for the two MCs that guide us to the very interesting games. And we will come to the last session of today. And for the second session, I would like to introduce Dr. Ika Riswanti Putranti. She's Associate Professor and also Vice Dean of Resources of the Faculty of Social and Political Science. And she's also the lecturer at the Department of International Relations. Good afternoon, Mbak Ika.
Good afternoon, Mas Bangket. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. And we have already, the first session was very great. We took like almost 30 minutes for question and answer from the participants. They are very, very enthusiastic. And hopefully we will have this session with you the same. And let me read his Baika's CV. She's the awardee of Best Dissertation of the Università degli Studi di Ferrara, Italia, where she completed her PhD in 2013, and she also awarded of Young Researcher Fellowship at the same university, and she was also awarded Lemhanas RI Fellowship in 2015, and Mbak Ika have some publications regarding to international relations, human security, including the current crypto mining issue, and cyber norms, analysis of international norms in France Paris Call for Trust and Security in Cyberspace. And another of her writing is regarding cyber resilience law and international relations, published in the Journal of Social Studies. and she has a lot of publications, others, and I think you can access this one on your screen on the link that's given by the committee. And without further ado, we would like to invite Dr. Ika Riswanti Putranti to present her research, and you have 30 minutes about for presentation, and we will follow with about 10 to 15 minutes of question and answers. Dr. Ika, the floor is yours now.
Okay, Mas Bangkit, can I being assigned as a
Yes.
co-host?
I think you can share your screen.
Okay. But before, I would like to sincerely apologize for not being able to perform at my best today due to my health conditions. I'm currently experiencing of fever and sore throat, and also I got flu these days. So unfortunately, it prevent me for delivering presentations fully as usual, as effectively normal I would before. Okay, let me present. Okay. Okay, actually, I think 30 minutes is very short, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
We got
So today I'm gonna talk about human rights and international humanitarian law. Is this about revisiting Israeli genocide of Palestine? Before we speak about what is international humanitarian law principle and what about the applications of international humanitarian law principle on Israel Palestinian conflicts, we should understand about the historical context and the origins of the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. As we know that this conflict has its root in complex mixtures of political, historical, and religious and also social factors. So we're gonna to explore about the conflict in comprehensive way, but in very brief way, about how the modern Israel was formed and the displacement of Palestinians, okay, even that escalate the conflict and the role of international bodies, particularly about the UN in attempt to addressing the conflicts. Okay, this is the formations of Israel and displacement of Palestinian. We start from the early Zionism and immigration time. It is began in the late of 19th to early 20th centuries. The Zionist movement initiated the late of 19th centuries by the Theodor Herzl. I think all of you already read it in Wikipedia. He advocated for the establishment for Jewish settlement, Jewish homeland in Palestine, and driving by the rising anti-Semitism in Europe after the World War II, after what happened in Germany. And Jewish immigrations to Palestine steadily increased, particularly during the British Mandate period in 1920, 1948. By 1914, the Jewish populations in Palestine was around only 60,000 out of 700,000 by 1948, and nowadays it had grown to about 1.9 million. And then after that, there is a Balfour Declarations in 1970 during the World War I. British issued the Balfour Declarations. The Minister of Churchill, Winston Churchill, he expressing the support for the establishment of national home for the Jewish people. These declarations, however, clashed with earlier British promises to Arab leaders during the wars, and it's causing long-term tensions between Jewish and Arab communities. And then the British mandate and Arab-Jewish tensions. Under the League of Nations mandate, Britain governed Palestine, during which tension between Jewish immigrant and the Arab populations escalate and leading to periodic violence such as the Arab riots in 1921, 1929, and 1936 until 1939. Well, Arab fears of becoming a minority in their own land grew as Jewish immigration continued. At the same time, Jewish settlers formed paramilitary groups. There is a Hargana, Irgun, now is forming IDF to protect their community and further intensifying the conflicts. And there is the UN partition plan in 1947. The plan allocated 55% of the land to the Jewish state and 45% to the Arab state. Despite the Jewish populations being a minority, Jewish leaders accepted the plan, but Arab leaders rejected, seeing as unfair and favoring the Jewish minority. This unpartitioned plan proposed under the UN Resolutions 181 in 1947. And then in 1948, there is an Arab-Israeli war and the Nakba catastrophe. In the 1948, the war itself resulted in a decisive Israeli victory. There is around 750,000 Palestinians were displaced for or fled, becoming refugees in neighboring country. This mass displacement known as a Nakba or catastrophe, as Palestinians were not allowed to return to their home, and Israeli policies regarding land ownership left many displaced. So by the end of the war, by the end of the World War II, Israel controlled almost 78% of the forming British Mandate of Palestine, while remaining only 22%, the West Bank and Gaza Strip fell under the Jordanian and Egypt control. So what is the key event leading to the Israeli and Palestinian conflict? There is a Suez Crisis in 1956. Suez Crisis erupted when the Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, previously controlled by British and French interests. In response, Israel, Britain, and France launched a military interventions. While Israel temporarily occupied the Sinai Peninsula, and there is international pressures, particularly from the US and Soviet Union, it's led to their withdrawal. The crisis increased the Arab resentments toward Israel, further entrenched the divisions. And then 1967, there is a Six-Day Wars. This is tensions between Israel and its Arab neighbor, Egypt, the Great Syria, and Jordan. Israel launched preemptive strike, swiftly defeating its opponent and capturing the West Bank, Gaza Strip, East Jerusalem, the Sinai Peninsula, and the Golan Heights. This war marked a turning point as Israel's occupations of this territory has been a central issue in the conflict ever since. Around 300,000 Palestinians fled or were displaced during the war, further compounding the refugee crisis. And in 1973, this is very, very famous Yom Kippur War. In October 73, Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack on Israel during Yom Kippur, aimed to reclaim the territories lost in 1967. And although Israel ultimately repelled the attacks, the war reshaped regional dynamics. It changed the regional conflict landscape. And then, this war led to the famous Camp David Accord in 1978, which resulted in a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel, but did little to resolve the Palestinian issues. And then in 1980s, in the early of 1990s, there is first Intifada, and it's very famous in Indonesia about Intifada. When this has happened in Palestine, there is some groups in Indonesia that wearing the uniform of Intifada to campaign about this war. The first Intifada or uprising began in 1987 in the occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip. as Palestinians protested Israeli military occupations. The larger grassroots movement involved mass demonstrations, civil disobedience, and sometimes violent clashes. And the Intifada prompted international awareness of Palestinian plight and led to the Oslo Accord in 1993. Its aim to establish framework for peace and two-state solutions as it is proposed before. However, the Oslo process failed to fully materialize with tensions and violence continuing. So once again, two-state solutions is absence. And then there is second intifada in the beginning of 2000s. The failures of Camp David summit in 2000 and the visit of Israeli politicians Ariel Sharon to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, Al-Quds, compound led to the second intifada. This war was far more violent than the first, with heavy casualty on both sides and including Israeli military operations in the West Bank and Gaza. The second movement of Intifada significantly weakened the peace process and led to Israel constructions of separation barrier in the West Bank, further entrenching divisions. So, as we see here in 2023, now as we see what happened in Gaza, what Israel do to Palestinian is even worse. So many protests, so many condemned from other state, from other country, but still not stopping Israel for doing what we call as occupations and genocide. However, actually, the UN already did some effort. There is some UN resolutions and some international responses. As we know that the UN, the first UN resolutions is about the partition plan in 1947. As I told before about two-state solutions, but the Arab leaders are rejected. And then Palestinian right of return in 1948 under the UN resolutions in 194 call for the return of Palestinian refugees to their home and compensations for those who choose not to return. Israel has consistently rejected full implementations of these resolutions. And then the next resolution is 1967, resolutions number 242 about land for peace. It adopted after the 6 Days War. It called for Israeli withdrawal from territories occupied in the war and recognitions of all states in the regions. These resolutions remain the cornerstone of international effort to resolve the conflict, though its vagueness has led to differing interpretations by Israel and Arab states. And then ceasefire on Yom Kippur War in the Camp David, yeah. It's reiterated the principle land for peace. And then about of course, the ICJ advisory opinion in 2004, the ICJ ruled that Israel constructions of the separation wall in the West Bank was illegal under international law and called for its dismantlement. Israel rejected the ruling, while Palestinian and much of international community supported. Well, we can see how the international Court of Justice mechanism, how the International Court of Justice advisory opinion is only opinions. You know, this is show the defect of what we call is international law is really law. And then there is the UN General Assembly resolutions. The UN Assembly resolutions has passed numerous resolutions condemning Israel policy in occupied territories, calling for Palestinian self-determinations and also supporting the two-state solution. However, as we know that the GA resolution is non-binding. It depends on the state national interests and depend on the state foreign affair policy. So still, It's all depend on the state, since in the international law, the state is the supreme power. No state, all state is equal. No state can be what is called forced to be bind or to be bound to certain resolution or to certain international instrument. So resolution is only resolutions. And then we know that there is after the Second World War II, there is International Military Tribunal, Nuremberg Tribunal, there is a Tokyo Tribunals, and it has led to the establishment of international legal framework, what we call as genocide. Well, the concept of genocide is one of the gravest crime recognized in international law. It is codified on the conventions of preventions and punishment of the crime of genocide in 1948, and then later it is codified under the Rome Statutes. Well, in the context of Israeli and Palestinian conflicts, debate over whether Israel actions in Palestine constitute genocide remain highly controversial and political charged. These sections examine the definitions of genocide under international law. In this section, we will discuss whether what happened in Palestinian, what already Israel do to Palestinians can be characterized as a genocide actions. So first we will go to the genocide conventions in Article 2, as stated that any of the following act committed with intent to destroy in the whole or in part as a national, ethnic, racial, and religious group as such, killing member of the group, of course, there is a killing in Gaza, causing serious bodily or mental harm to member of the group, yes, it is happened there. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about the physical destructions in whole or in part. Yes, it is also happened. Imposing measures intended to prevent birth within a group. There is a using some of chemical weapon. And the last one is forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. So let's see one by one. Intent to destroy. Genocide require a specific intent, those specialists. To destroy a group, there is a mens rea, there is intentions in a whole or in part. Yeah. This distinguishes genocide from other international crimes like war crimes or crimes against humanity. And then about the protected group, genocide can only be committed against specific groups, including national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Act of genocide, this act constituting genocide can include direct killing, but also non-lethal measures such as serious harm, subjugations, and displacement, provided these are aimed at destructions of the group. And then, what about the applicability of the genocide conventions to the Israel and Palestinian conflict? These applications center on the questions whether Israeli actions against Palestinians fulfill the element of genocide as defined under international law. So we will discuss some key aspects of this debate. First, intent to destroy, the dolus specialis. From the Israel perspective, proponents of Israel argue that Israel actions in Gaza and in the West Bank, while involving military force, do not demonstrate the intent to destroy Palestinian people as a national, ethnic, or racial group. Israeli officials have consistently maintained that military operations are aimed at self-defense and protecting Israeli citizens from Palestinian militant groups like Hamas, which they consider terrorist organization. They're shooting rockets all the way to Tel Aviv. And this is from Palestinian perspective. Many Palestinian advocates argue that Israel policy, especially the blockade of Gaza, military operations, and settlement expansions, and harsh security measures in the West Bank, are aimed at displacing and destroying the Palestinian people. They point to the systemic natures of displacement, severe restrictions on Palestinian movement, and the impact of Israeli policy on Palestinian living conditions as evidence of genocide intent. This is from Palestinian perspective. So, we will see about the acts of genocide itself. Killing members of the group in the Israel and Palestinian conflict has resulted significant loss of life on the both sides, particularly during large-scale military operations such as Operations Kaslit in 2008 and 2009, Operations Protective Edge in 2040, Operations Guardian of the Walls in 2021. According to the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, the OCHA, from 2008 to 2020, over 5,600 Palestinians were killed in the conflict-related incident in Gaza and West Bank, including at least 1,200 children. Wow. During the same period, over 250 Israelis were killed, the vast majority being civilians. This number raise questions about disproportionate force and targeting of civilians. 1,200 children. It's too much. And about causing serious bodily or mental harm, Israeli military operations and bombing in densely populated areas have caused widespread physical and psychological harm to Palestinians. In Gaza, many civilians have experienced trauma, with a WHO report indicating widespread of PTSD, particularly among the children. This data from UNICEF reported in 2020 indicate that over 300,000 Palestinian children in Gaza suffer for severe psychological distress due to the repeated conflict, blockade, and also displacement. And then, what about inflicting conditions of life calculated to destroy? Critics of Israel blockade of Gaza and occupation's policy in the West Bank argue that they create conditions that could amount to genocide and deliberately harming Palestinian ability to live normal lives. Since 2007, Israel has maintained land, sea, and air blockade on Gaza and severely restricting the movement of people and goods. As we know that some of Gaza inhabitants, they try to smuggle goods from a very small tunnel to Sinai and try to bring some humanitarian logistic, because of this blockade. This has led to economic deprivations. It's more than economic sanctions. It's more than military sanctions. Food insecurity and limited access to healthcare. As we know that we have a hospital, Indonesia has hospital in Gaza, and now it's already distracted. It's already finished. According to the World Bank, the unemployment rate in Gaza has hovered around 45% to 50%, and over 80% of Gaza population relies on international aid to survive. The UN has stated that by 2020, by 2024, it was 4 years ago, Gaza would become uninhabitable if current conditions persist. So it will be the dead city. And forcible transfer of children. This is the dark side of conflict. This is the dark side of hostility. The forcible transfer of Palestinian children to Israeli detention center has been highlighted by some human rights organizations as a possible violations of genocide provisions. Thousands of Palestinian children have been arrested, detained, and prosecuted by Israeli military court. According to Defense for Children International, Palestine, DCIP, more than 12,000 Palestinian children have been detained by Israeli forces since 2000. Often they face mistreatment and abuse while in custody. Yeah, this is the other side that we never heard. Some of us maybe never heard about how suffer these children. And about the targeted group, is the Palestinian is the targeted group as national or ethnic group? Palestinian as a distinct national and ethnic group fall within the scope of group protected by the Genocide Conventions. Therefore, act committed against them with the intent to destroy the group would meet the legal threshold of genocide. So, this is the legal argument and debate on labeling the situations of genocide. Argument supporting the label of genocide. Joko di parole, the play of words. First, systemic operations and displacement. Sorry, I have a very difficult sore throat.
No, it's okay, Mbak Ika.
Yeah.
We wish you get well soon.
Oh yeah, thank you, Mas Bangkit. So this is the argument supporting the label of genocide. Number one, systemic operations and displacement. Advocated for labeling Israel actions as genocide argue that Israeli policies constitute a long-term plan to ethnically cleanse Palestinians from their land. These include continued settlement expansions. We know that the expansions of settlement of Jews in the West Bank is very massive, and also as we see that many forms of slow-moving genocide. If you are not moving, then you will die soon. And then the intentional targeting of civilians. Some argue that Israel repeated military operations, resulting in high civilian casualty, demonstrate an intent to inflict serious harm on Palestinians, particularly in Gaza. The widespread destructions of homes, school, and infrastructures, critical infrastructure, is cited as evidence of genocide policy. As we see that there is so many hospitals are being destroyed, is destroyed using strike, using bomb, and settler colonialism as genocide mechanism. Scholar of settler colonialism argue that Israel's settlement policy represent a process of democratic engineering. Effectively, it will be replacing the Palestinian populations with the Jewish settlers. This view as slow and intentional form of genocide aimed to erasing Palestinian present from historic Palestine. However, this is the argument supporting the label of genocide. But there is a counter of argument. The first is lack of explicit intent. Critic of labeling the conflict as a genocide argue that there is no clear evidence of Israel having policy aimed to total destructions of Palestinians. They assert that Israel actions, while harsh and military aggressive, are geared toward national security rather than genocide. They try to protect the national security, the national interests, their citizens, and war crimes, not genocide. Some legal scholar, international observer, argue that the Israeli and Palestinian conflict is better framed within the context of war crimes and crimes against humanity rather than genocide. They point to violations of international humanitarian law and disproportionate use of force, but contend that this falls short of the legal threshold for genocide. So it's fall out of scope of genocide. And equating genocide with self-defense. Israeli officials maintain that their military operations in Gaza and the West Bank are acts of self-defense against militant groups that frequently target Israeli civilians. They argue that it is Hamas and other Palestinian factions that use civilians as human shield and complicating Israel military operations. And the next, this is about the counter argument. And the next about the international legal precedents and investigations. While ICC already made its investigation, they opened investigation in 2021. They have allegations of war crime committed both by Israel and Palestinian groups in 2014. While the focus is on war crimes, some Palestinian groups and human rights advocates have called for genocide charges to be considered. However, proving genocide in the international court requires demonstrating specific intent, which is a major hurdle in case involving complex conflicts like Israel and Palestine. How must make it difficult about showing what we call as a specific intent as a dolus specialist if they're shooting the rocket to Tel Aviv. And also, what about previous cases of genocide? We have ICTY, ICTR have set precedent for prosecuting genocide. This tribunal highlighted the necessity of proving both intent and the systematic natures of genocidal act. Lessons from these cases suggest that establishing genocide in the context of broader armed conflict can be, well, legally challenging. So next this is genocide, and we're gonna discuss about what about human rights violations in the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. Well, this conflict has been marked by serious allegations of human rights violations over the decades. Both Israeli forces and Palestinian armed groups have been accused of violating international human rights law and international humanitarian law. However, the natures of Israeli control over Palestinian territory, particularly Gaza and the West Bank, has led to significant scrutiny of Israel policy and actions in relations to human rights. So, this is the violations of the right to live, freedom, and security. It is recognized under the ICCPR. These violations have been widely documented in the context of Israeli and Palestinian conflict. And then, if we want to discuss very specific about right to live, is about civilian casualty during the military options. There is data from the UN and also about targeting civilian areas. This is also data from the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International that have documented Israeli airstrike and artillery fire in densely populated civilian areas such as Gaza. And also the applications, the principle of proportionality under the IHL requires that attack must distinguish between combatant and civilian and avoid excessive civilian harms, leading to accusations of violations. And then about the extrajudicial killing and use of lethal force. Well, Israel has faced accusations of extrajudicial killing and excessive use of force against Palestinians. This includes an incident where Israeli security forces have shot and killed Palestinians at checkpoint or during the protest, even when the individual posed no imminent threat to live. One of the prominent cases was the killing of Shirin Abu Akleh, a Palestinian American journalist, during Israel raid in the West Bank in May 2022. This is just like yesterday cases. That led to the global condemnations with the UN and human rights group calling for accountability. And then what about the freedom of movement, the right to freedom and movement? We know there is a checkpoint in occupations territory under Israel in Palestine. Well, Israel has imposed a network of checkpoint, roadblock, and barrier across the West Bank. It severely restricted the freedom of movement for Palestinians. It's called as the separations of wall. cut deep into Palestinian territory, separating many Palestinian towns, villages for the agriculture, school, and healthcare facilities. If you ever been to Palestine, maybe you ever been experienced about this checkpoint inspections, or if you want to try to have a religious pilgrim to Jerusalem, and you will go to Jordania first and then entering West Bank, you will experience this checkpoint. And then blockade of Gaza. Yes, this is the worst ever what we call sanctions, where it's imposed on land, air, and sea blockade on Gaza Strip. It's controlling the flow of goods, fuel, and people. It severely limits Gazan access to essential resources such as food, medicine, and construction material. And it's leading to humanitarian crisis. And then about security, home demolitions, forced evictions, yeah. Israel has accused of violating Palestinian rights to security through home demolitions, evictions, and land confiscations, particularly in East Jerusalem and West Bank. Palestinian homes are over demolished on the ground, lacking of Israeli issued permit, since Israel claimed that Palestine is under their occupation's territory. And about the arbitrary detentions and tortures, well, thousands of Palestinians, including minors, children, have been detained by Israeli forces and often without charge or trial under administrative detention law. These detentions frequently carry out based on secret evidence, and detainees are denied the right to challenge their detentions effectively. There is Adamir Prison Support and Human Rights Associations. They reported in 2021, approximately there is 4,600 Palestinians are detained in Israeli prisons, including 500 administrative detainees. So, okay, next. So it seems like I'm in a rush because the time is limited. The collective punishment and civilian targeting. Under the international law, collective punishment refer to punitive measures imposed to a group of people for the actions of individual. This prohibited under Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Conventions, which explicitly forbid collective penalty as well as measures of intimidations and terrorism against civilian populations. This is about the collective punishment and civilian targeting. This is blockade of Gaza as collective punishment. The Israeli blockade on Gaza has been described as collective punishment by various international organizations, including the UN and Amnesty International. Blockade affects the entire populations of Gaza, restricting access to essential goods and services and freedom of movement. So this is about how it's targeting civilian in military operations. Israeli military operations, particularly airstrike in densely populated area of Gaza, have frequently resulted in civilian casualties. So the UN Human Rights Council has accused Israel of violating the principle of distinctions under the IHL, which require warring parties to distinguish between combatant and civilian. This is what happened now. They don't differentiate, they don't apply what proportionality and distinction principle about combatant and civilian. And also settler violence and Israeli security forces complicity, the IDF. And the role, what about the role of international human rights body in addressing violations? Well, actually, they have played a crucial role in documenting and addressing human rights violations in this conflict. However, their effectiveness has been limited by political divisions, lack of enforcement mechanism, and Israel refused to cooperate with certain international investigation. So this is one of the international body, the UNHRC, United Nations Human Rights Council, which has consecutively condemned human rights abuses in the occupied Palestinian territory. And they have passed numerous resolutions calling for investigations into Israel military actions and violations of Palestinian rights. They established what we call as fact-finding missions and commissions of inquiry, such as 2040 commissions of inquiry on Gaza. Israel has often dismissed the UNHRC's actions as biased, pointing to the Council disproportionate focus on Israel. For instance, Agenda Item 7, which specifically discussed the Israeli and Palestinian conflict, is unique to Israel and is not applied to any other country. So if Israel feel that they're being discriminated, being disproportionate. And then ICC in 2021, the ICC opened investigations, as I told before. And once again, Israel rejected the ICC jurisdictions. They claim that they're not contracting party to the Rome statutes. Yeah. However, Palestine recognized as a non-member observer state by the UN Assembly in 2012 and has accepted the Court of Jurisdictions. So this is what we see as the complementary principle under the ICC will be attributable to this conflict. And human rights organizations. There is some human rights organization that also advocating this conflict. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, PD Selms, yeah. And they also publish a report about the policies of apartheid, about what happened, about the blockade, about the checkpoint, etc. And so we are come to the end, the international humanitarian law in the context of armed conflict. Speaking about IHL, it is govern the conduct of armed conflict and aims to limit the effect of war on civilians and combatants who are no longer participating in hostilities. The Israeli and Palestinian conflict, particularly Israel military operations and occupations of Palestinian territory, has raised significant questions regarding the applications of IHL. There is some key principle that we should understand about the distinctions between combatant and civilian proportionality. So you cannot attack the civilians. Military necessity, there should be a just justifications of war from the bedrock of the IHR alongside the specific rules concerning occupations and violations such as settlement, blockades, and also military operations. So speaking about the principle of distinctions, military proportionality, and military necessity under the IHR. So this is the cornerstone, this is the main principle of IHR, which derived from the treaties such as Geneva Conventions and its additional protocol. Speaking about the distinction principle, it's required parties to a conflict to differentiate between combatant and non-combatant or civilian, between military objective and civilian objects. Civilian objects such as home, school, hospitals should not be target of attack unless they are being used for military purposes. This is what happened now in Gaza. Israel attacked some civilian objects. They say that these civilian objects is using by the combatants to hide, to launch the attack to Israel. Well, as a party to the conflict, Israel is bound by this principle, but has been accused of violating in multiple military operations, particularly in Gaza. Well, we know that in Gaza, it's resulted a significant civilian casualties, led to accusations that Israeli airstrike disproportionately affect civilian and civilian infrastructures. As we see, there's so many pictures, so many informations about Gaza these days. And then proportionality. Well, this principle prohibit attacks in which the anticipated civilian harm would be excessive in relation to the direct military advantage anticipated. Even if military target is legitimate, the collateral damage to civilian must be minimized. So this is what happened in Gaza. There is a aerial bombardment in densely populated area violated this principle. Israel targeting the apartment building, school, yeah, and also other critical infrastructures in Gaza, including hospital. And then military necessity. It's a law for measures that are necessary to achieve legitimate military objective, but those actions must comply with other IHL, for instance, distinctions and proportionality. Attacks do not yield significant military benefits or those intended to terrorize civilians are illegal under IHL. So what is the military benefits? So it's quite difficult to, you know, to to comply with this principle about the military necessity. So I think Israel is already preaching this principle about the military necessity. And then what about the occupations law and its applications under this conflict? Under the IHL, which is the law of occupations, the acquires of territory is governed by the Hague regulations in 1907 and four Geneva Conventions in 49, sorry. This rule apply when a territory is under control of foreign military power. The occupying power must protect the civilian populations, respect their rights, and refrain from altering occupied territory status. So, an occupations occur when state exercise effective control over foreign territory without sovereign right. In this context, Israel control over West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. Well, Israel also still considered control Gaza airspace, sea, and borders because his blockade is by land, sea, and also air. So it's considered as an occupation under international law. As the occupying power in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, Israel is bound by the four Geneva Conventions, which impose obligations to ensure welfare of occupied populations. These include prohibitions on forcible transfer, collective punishment, and confiscations of property. This is what's stated by Article 49 of the four Geneva Conventions that prohibits the transfer of occupying power civilian populations into occupied territory, which directly applies to Israel's settlement policy in the West Bank. So the expansion of the settlement and also what happened by the blockade. So there is a humanitarian crisis. Actually, Israel is not comply with its obligations as occupying power to ensure the welfare of its occupied populations. So,
Excuse me, Dr. Ika, we have only 5 minutes left.
okay, let me finish in very short, in very brief. Okay, and about the Israel settlement in the West Bank, the Israeli government they accuse that the settlement are necessary for security and historical reason, while the international community view them as violations under IHL, specifically the four Geneva Conventions, which prohibits the transfer of occupying power civilian populations in the occupied territory. And this is the status of Gaza. So since the blockade of Gaza, the unilateral occupations of Israel continues to control Gaza airspace, maritime boundaries, border. It's mean that Gaza still considered occupied under international law. And since Gaza's inhabitants are restricted to move freely, including the good and the people, it has exacerbated the humanitarian crisis and raised the questions about Israel's compliance with its obligations as occupying power. This is what I said before. And this is the violations of IHL about the settlement, blockades, and military operations. This is what we already discussed before, including this is reiterated by the ICJ in its 2004 advisory opinion about the legality of Israel's Palestinian barrier and affirms the illegality of settlement, including the blockade of Gaza as violations of IHL. Well, it is form of collective punishment under Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Conventions, and also military operations. It's raised significant concerns about violations of IHL, especially in the principle of distinctions and proportionality, and also military necessity. So what is the role of ICC? Well, Israel is not the contracting parties of the Rome Statutes, but Palestine has accepted the ICC jurisdictions. However, speaking about international crime, speaking about ICC and Rome Statute, well, there is a huge, enormous political challenge within international community that have hindered this mechanism. So this is, as I said before, this is what already ICC did to the conflicts from war crimes, crimes against humanity, and also genocide. And this is what I said before about the legal obstacle and political challenge. Israel is very difficult to cooperate. And US is behind the Israel, US oppositions within the UN, within the Security Council, and also the political pressures from both Israel and its allies. So there is applications of R2P, responsibility to protect, which is adopted by the UN Assembly in 2005. Well, commits the international community to prevent atrocities such as genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. So if you want to study about R2P, there is three pillars: the responsibility of each state to protect its populations from mass atrocities, the international community duties to assist states in fulfilling this responsibility, and the last one is international community obligations to take collective actions when state fails to protect its populations. And R2P is invoked when the government fail to protect their populations or are themselves perpetrator of atrocities. However, R2P has rarely applied to Israeli and Palestinian conflict due to the complexity of the conflict, particularly to the legal and political implications of Israel sovereignty and security concern. So, Pak Bangket, that's all. And
Yes.
maybe there is questions. Well, we can discuss it.
Yes, thank you very much for the comprehensive presentation, Dr. Ika Riswanti Putranti. It's very huge presentation, a lot of things discussed from the perspective of international humanitarian law, and also the history of the conflict of Israeli Palestine. And we are now in the second part of the presentations, which is the Q&A. One question already coming from Alfiandi. Alfiandi, how are you?
Hello, I'm great.
Yes. Can you ask the question? Would you like to?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. First, my question is, what did Norway did as the third party for Israel-Palestine conflict and how they were after the Oslo Accord before the lead up of the Second Intifada? Secondly, what are the specific reasons for the repeated failures of peace negotiations and who bears the most responsibility for these failures? Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
Alvan, what did the Norway did as third party for Israel and Palestinian conflict, yeah?
Right.
Okay, wait, let me pause for a minute to drink some waters.
Yes.
Wait for a second. Wait.
Yes. And if you have more questions, we only have about 10 minutes to go. So write down your question or raise your hand. I think we can accommodate like one or two more questions depending on how long is the question. We have already from Ida Bagus Arya, and then we can wait for one more questions after this. Yeah, please write it down, and yeah, we will respond to your question shortly.
Okay, let me answer the first questions. Norway role as the party in the Israel-Palestinian conflict post Oslo Accord. Well, okay. Before the second Intifada, after the Oslo Accords, well, we know that Norway still remain involved in the peace process through various mechanisms, through monitoring, facilitating dialogue, and also financial and also development support. We know that Norway is one of the country in Europe that recognize Palestinian as a state. And also Norway, they have role in multilateral negotiations. They have participated in so many negotiation process, in peace process, and also in the in raising concerns of refugee resettlement was also, we know that Norway also sent its humanitarian aid, a lot of money to Palestine. However, well, the failures to fully implement the terms of Oslo Accords, including the lack of progress, core issue about the borders, the Jerusalem's refugee, the settlers, yeah, it's, you know, it's, this act is undermine the trust of the Oslo framework that already built. And because lack of this trust makes this effort being being abandoned. It's like a couple of history. So yes, there is a role of Norway, but the situations is not reflecting what the Oslo Accord agreed between the parties in the conflict. And what about the second questions about specific reasons for the repeated failures of peace negotiation and who bears the most responsibility? I think both of parties. Lack of progress on final status issues and expansions of Israeli settlement and Palestinians' political fragmentations between Hamas, Fatah, and others party.
Hezbollah.
Yeah, we know that the Fatah, the Palestine Liberation Organization, they are willing to negotiate. We remember Yasser Arafat, and also it's continued by the Mahmoud Abbas and by its government. But what happened? There is a lack of trust between between the parties on the conflict, and escalating violence by Hamas to Israel, and also escalating the violations because the expansions of the settlement by the Israel itself. So I think both, and also asymmetry of powers, the imbalanced power between Israel and Palestinian. Israel has stronger military and economic power. They often, they leverage its negotiations. They have more influence in the global stage. Well, Palestinian itself, the lack of resources, they are limited in mobilizations. Yeah, their position is still observant in the UN, so it is difficult. And also the failures of international law and international community to drive this peace process. I think it's failures because the international law is not really work on these conflicts, including the as I said before, the responsibility for the failures for both the Palestinian leadership, the Israeli leadership is both. And the next questions is about how does the IHR imply to specific group that committed war crimes such as Israeli government and Hamas group backed by Iran? How does it work and how is impact to peace resolutions or compromise? Well, IHL applies to all parties involved in armed conflict, whether they are state
Actors.
yes, like
Hamas.
or non-state actor like Hamas. It's by Iran. And, speaking about the specific group, well, we have to differentiate which is the combatant, and which the military, which is non-combatant and combatant, and which civilians. This is very important, and need to ensure the proportionality, as I explained before, but that any military advantage gained from operations must not be outweighed by the catastrophe of civilians. So it is very important. And then to Hamas, we know that Hamas is non-state actor, and their general has been killed in Iran a few months ago. The indiscriminate attacks, rocket fires targeting civilians in areas of Israel, use of human shield. Hamas has been accused of using civilian population as a shield. Well, both of Hamas, like Israel and Hamas also accused of war crime. And how the IHR peace impact peace resolutions and compromise? Well, international humanitarian violations lead to massive humanitarian consequences. Is defining what we call as grave breaches against human rights on both sides, the loss of civilian lives, destructions of property. So, how to apply this humanitarian is back to what we call as international law, that international law is not let me answer with the theory that international law is not really law. According to the theory, the constructionist theory, that international law has no legal objectivity at all. It is no system of law in the sense that it can be used to justify or criticize international behavior on rational or objective basis. But It is rather a conjunctions. It is only a conjunctions of politics, morality, and self-interest that can be used alternatively to justify or condemn any behavior according to the standpoint of critics. That's why if we see that, okay, Israel, many of that international body already stated that Israel did these infringements towards Geneva Conventions, Article 49. They violated the distinctions, proportionality, and military necessity principle under the IHL, but nothing happened. Okay, that's why I said in a deconstructionist theory, it's only positive morality because international law is lack of uh, legally binding dispute mechanism. Even if there is a decisions from the ICJ, as we see in the Nicaragua case, America is already sentenced by the ICJ, but still they don't implement the ICJ decisions. So this is what we face now. Okay, Pak Bangket, I think that's the last.
From the students participants, it's a very great questions. Quite it needs a long and comprehensive answer, but I think Dr. Ika already give you a very good response to that. And thank you very much for participation on the day one. Congratulations, you finished one day. Oh, one response from Ida Bagus that was interesting. That international law is not really law, but subject to justify and critics for morality in the case. Yeah, it doesn't have the as Dr. Ika said, legally binding. That's because there's no super state that everybody. UN is not the super state that can control all the other countries. It can to some extent, but in many cases, such as this violent conflict, it does not really work that way. But anyway, we run out of time. We are very close to 6 p.m. And we would like to give our sincere applause to Dr. Ika Riswanti Putranti, our Vice Dean of Resources of the Faculty of Social and Political Science. And with that, let me close the session today, and I will hand it back to the MC for last announcement. Thank you very much, Maika. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mas Bangket.
Bye.
Okay, have a nice evening,
Thank
everybody.
you. Bye.
Okay, thank you so much to our speaker today, to Mbak Ika, and also to our moderator and to the lecturers who made the time to attend to this room today. And after the very amazing and interesting discussions, we will be moving forward to remind all of the participants regarding the given assignment. You will be tasked with composing a meticulously researched book chapter. Okay, for operator, you may play the assignment. Thank you, the day one topic. You may choose to explore the grand theme itself, or you may option to focus on one of the specific topics. So, as you perceive, there is the green theme itself, the navigating global society through the turmoil world, but there is also specific themes that you can choose to focus on. This is will come back to the decision of the participants, so you can either focus on the green theme or you can choose between the sections. And it is to note that the course topic SALT has been discussed and be focused on. The minimum word count is 1,500 words, formatted impeccably in Times New Roman 12 pt font with 1.5 line spacing. And please ensure a 2.5 centimeter margins exist on all sides of the paper. It's imperative to cite the required citation style using APA.
All right, you might want to capture your screen on this slide. You can screenshot it for the details of the assignment, like the font size and the spacing. This is a lot of to remember, so you might want to screenshot it. Most important that originality is key because plagiarism will not be tolerated at all. So please ensure that you utilize plagiarism detection tools to verify the authenticity of your work. Submit your assignment as a Word document or PDF with the format of the file name is your name underscore topic. The final submission deadline is September in 22nd. However, please note that we will maintain daily assignments over the course of the next 4 days. Therefore, I encourage you to remain actively engaged and participate fully in these sessions. We will provide further information and instructions as we proceed. And if you have any question about the project, please do not hesitate to ask the committees.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. And as Kevin has stated before, daily assignment. So, for today, for all the participants, please focus on the title of the book. So, if you're going to write the book chapters or the book parts, what will the title be? Start from there on, and then start looking for the reference links too for the arguments or the specific themes or topics that you will be focusing on. Okay, now that we're come to the end of the assignment given, we want to highlight the fact that we just finished the second discussion panel of the day. Therefore, please give applause to our moderator and our speakers of today. And ladies and gentlemen, we finally have reached the end of today's event. Thank you so much to Mr. Madya, Dr. Suyatno Ladiki, and Dr. Ika Riswanti Putrianti for their previous insightful presentation, as long as our moderators and the presentation given by Mr. Bangkit for leading the discussions.
However, do not leave the Zoom yet. Before we close today's agenda, we will take the documentation together so that you could cherish the moment later on. So please, everyone, to turn on your camera and give us your best smile. Okay, have everyone turned on their camera? Okay, you might want to put the best smile on your face, and we will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that's good. We have the documentation, and I hope that you could cherish this moment because we will share it again in the following days, of course.
Okay, that's close our event for today. But before we proposally and officially close today event, we want to thank once again to Professor Dr. Muhammad Afandi Saleh as our first speaker of the second panel session, Dr. Ika Riswanti Putrianti as the second speaker of our second panel, and to Mr. Bangkit as our amazing and encouraging moderator of today. As long as all of the committee that is present in this room and help in the making and the process of the event, and as well as our chief of event, Mr. Maula, for the amazing event that he has provided. And please do not forget to fill the link of attendance that has been sent by the committee in the comment section. Also, before we close this event, Kevin?
Okay, I guess we have learned a lot of things today. We start in the morning about the discussion regarding crisis in Asia Pacific area, and now in the second session we have learned about the dynamics, including conflicts in Israel and Palestine from the legal aspect. I guess we could learn more about this info with more information and broader topic on the following days of the summer course. Yeah. Okay, that's it, I guess.
All right, thank you so much, Kevin, and thank you so much to all of our speakers. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to apologize if we have made any mistake throughout the season of this event. We hope today's session will be beneficial for not only us, but to everyone, whether it's the participant, the moderator, or even our speakers. Once again, thank you everyone for gracing IRUD Summer Course 2024 first day with your presence. We truly appreciate it, and we wish to see you in our next session. Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Great job, everyone.